You are live. Oh, we ready for man? We calling for air horns already.
Air
Hey,
horn for
birthday
what?
girl, Mrs.
Mac-10 is the
Mac
lick. West
10.
Side is the click.
Happy birthday! Happy birthday!
Absolutely.
Thanks for spending it with us. Oh, air horns for the bro. Oh
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
let's
you right,
get
you
yeah
right, you right,
yeah
you right,
yeah
you
yeah
right, you right.
yeah.
You right, you right. Hold on, I
Get
got
them
you, I
air
got you.
horns.
I
Let's
got
get
you, I
them.
got you. Happy birthday. I'm gonna give you another one. Let's go.
Hey hey hey
Mac-10 is the lick. West
hey.
Side is the click.
Yeah, we'll do that on the air too, man. We celebrate the loved ones'
Happy
birthdays, yeah.
21st birthday to
No
Miss
doubt.
Mac-10.
No doubt.
Legal drinking age out here. Get
Get
some
at it.
McQueen for your birthday.
Yeah, and you know what? Since it's your birthday and you just turned 21, guess what's available today?
What?
Guess
It's
what's in
out.
stores today?
Oh, baby.
Guess what happens if you go to drizzly.com right now, type in your address
Oh, baby.
and search Bamboo.
Bruh.
Guess what pops up?
You guys want to get that now. Get it now. Warren, hurry.
I just, it's at, I could tell you this for certain. It's at Bevmo in Natomas because I just searched it on Drizzly.
David. Let me see what they talking about. Oh, there it is. Oh my. Oh wow. I need to extend my my range.
What happened?
Not available where I'm at.
See?
I need to extend my range.
See? Yeah, you might just wanna just
drive on out there. Huh?
You could so you could go to like instead of going to drizzly.com, go to like Bevmo and just see what stores it's in stock at, or go to Total Wine and see what stores it's in stock at. And then you always got homies like Ernie's and all those spots that get the blue. They might have it.
Yeah. That's a game changer right there. That's out there. I'm telling y'all, man. Yeah, Damien. I just organically enhanced my knowledge of numbers last night, trying to put together that damn chart
of numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's probably an easier way we could have done that, but it's cool that you did it. It's cool that you did it.
Let me try and figure this thing out. And it just, there was little things here and there, like the gist of it wasn't too hard, but trying to make it look a little better than what it originally did, that took a little time. A little TLC, a little tender love and care. Trips to Venice. They tripping. Oh.
Man, I didn't get that house I wanted.
Oh man, sorry to hear about that, bro. Damn. Setting up for a big one, a bigger one, though, a bigger and better situation, man.
All right, Cheryl waving at everybody.
I'm the straightest boy, Southwest legendary self-made progress last time that I checked.
And we welcome you in here to the June 23rd edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barley. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
And we are thrilled that you are here with us. We have got your first of 4 opportunities to win $1,000 coming up in just 10 minutes. And hopefully you have better luck than the Sacramento Kings did.
Oh, man. The Sacramento Kings are the epitome, the definition of if you didn't have bad, what did it say? If you don't have bad luck, you wouldn't have any luck at all.
Can relate, fam. I can relate. But yeah, no, that's Jill pointed this out. I really haven't thought about it like this. 26 years this team has been in the lottery. Jill Adge pointed this out on social media last night. The team's been in existence for 36 years. 26 years they've been in the lottery. They've gotten the number 1 pick once in 1989. They've only moved up a couple of times, period.
And 89 is one of the worst drafts of all time, according to a lot of people who do this.
Certainly one of the worst drafts of all time for the Sacramento Kings. That was a disaster. But the Kings stood still. We had the Luke Belair ready to pop. We had the blue bottle ready to pop in case they landed on number 1. But no, it was a very uneventful evening for D-Lo and KC and for Kings fans. And they're sitting at number 9. And it ain't going to stop us. Like we James Ham's going to join us at 320. We've got our very first Kenny Caraway mock draft.
Yes, sir.
1.0.
Yes, sir. I'm ready for it.
That's coming up.
Let's go.
That's coming up at the top of the 1 o'clock hour. We'll have that for you. Kenny's going to unveil a new mock draft every Wednesday leading up until draft. We'll let you know what some of the other experts are thinking, including James Ham when he joins us at 3:20. But the Raptors moved up, which I think there's a discussion there. The Cavs moved up because, of course. And
real quick to that point, I was kind of reading up on the Cavs situation because I'll talk about an idea that I have. And I just wanted to get a little more information on it. But they had, I was reading like on one of the Cavs sites, on one of the, blog sites or whatever the case may be. They had the nerve to be like, well, we moved up and that's good. It's a good change of fortunes for the Cavs in the lottery. What are you talking about? The hell you mean change of fortunes? Thinking you moved? You guys got gift wrap 4 number 1 picks.
You got gift wrap, the hometown hero who's quick to point out he's a kid from Akron.
Facts.
Which is fine. Y'all got it.
Which isn't wrong. I mean, like, people always be like, oh, Cleveland's his hometown. Akron's like 45 miles from Cleveland. It's
like the dude from Fairfield.
Yeah, exactly. It's like if I lived in Vallejo and I got drafted by the Kings, I'm like, oh, Kenny's coming home. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm from Vallejo.
A kid from Vallejo. Jesus.
So yeah, that I was like, wait till I tell Damian this. They want to act like, oh, we finally got some good luck.
Yeah.
Stop.
I'm hesitant to say this during prime time. I said this last night, and the stream was deep last night. So
shout out to anybody that got in on the stream.
I'll go. It was just a question. I said, hey, what about Kevin Love? And if the chat could have exploded, like actually exploded, or perhaps shot me through the screen, I think it would have. I also didn't realize when I just said that name out loud, Kevin Love's got like 18 years left on his contract.
Yeah, he got some.
I didn't realize he signed like the Coach K contract with Cleveland. Like he's there for the next 18, 19. He signed a lifetime deal.
And he doesn't even play.
And when he does, he still doesn't.
Facts. He gives one of the worst highlights of the year when he plays. Just throws the ball and bounce to the other team.
Worst or best, depending on how you're looking at it. Depending on how you're looking at it. I mean,
I wasn't mad at you for Kevin Love, though, either.
Oh, you're the only one. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, that one guy said, F it.
He did. He did. That was the most positive response we got out of all of the messages we got last night. The most positive one was F it. Just oh man. But yep, there's Cleveland sitting there at the top of the draft. By the way, Detroit landed at number 1 for those who are unaware. Cade Cunningham is going to visit one team and one team only leading into the draft, and that, of course, is the Detroit Pistons. So Detroit will be at number 1 and whatever. I mean, did they have 3 picks last year? Did they have 3 first round picks last year?
I thought it might have been 3. I thought it was 2.
Okay.
But it might have. I think it was 2.
Okay. That's fine.
I mean, it's still like 2 in the lottery in the top 10 or something like that.
They got Killian Hayes. Isaiah Stewart, that was last year, and Sadiq Bey.
Okay.
The Pistons took 3 players. Right. Okay, they took 3 players in the first round of last year's
What
draft.
was Isaiah Stewart, though? He was later in the first round, right?
16th?
A little later.
According to my notes here. 7th, I know they 16th, and then
Sadiq Bey was like 11 or something. Or not 11,
no, Bey was 19.
Bey
fell, remember? Yeah, Sadiq Bey fell.
Bey was a lot earlier than that. Okay, yeah, they had 3 first rounds
fell.
Like that. Wow.
Yeah, so that's cool. Y'all really marching the AAU squad out there.
And everybody out there. Oh, the Pistons are doing it the right way. Okay, all right. I'm expecting a championship in 5 years. I'm expecting the conference finals in 5 years. Maybe I have to keep these receipts because they want to be out. They're doing it the right way. That's how you do it. You tank. All right. If Detroit ain't in the Eastern Conference Finals in 5 years, somebody got to say something to me. If they are, I'll say they were right. But if not, somebody got to say something to me.
The one team we left out, by the way, was Houston. Houston's at number 2. So it's Detroit, Houston, Cleveland, and then Toronto, and then to round out the top 10. And to round out the top 10, it's Orlando, OKC, Golden State, Orlando again, Sacramento, and then New Orleans, who I had my eye on. I was absolutely expecting something fishy with New Orleans. I guess I just had my eye on the wrong team, though. Somehow Cleveland. How much does Dan Gilbert secretly own the NBA and we just don't know?
Maybe. I'm not ruling that out.
I know we did this yesterday. It's 4, right? 4 number 1 picks: LeBron, Bennett, Kyrie,
and
Wiggins.
Yep.
Goodness gracious!
And now they got a top 3. That's crazy.
And here's the conversation, man. Tall Skinny Ben over here on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 says, my gut feeling right now is the Kings are going to trade number 9. Remember Monty's end of season presser said he was going to be aggressive. You know, we'll throw players in there at number 9. We'll talk about them, but there's going to be an equal discussion about whether you move the pick. Can you package it with something? Who do you move the pick for? And I know you hate it, but I'm not going to stop talking about Ben Simmons.
Oh, we're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about it because I guess we'll wait till after the mock for me to address the conversation I have with a source of mine. A lead source of mine. We touched on a couple of different things.
You don't want to read it on the air right now, Stephen A? You want to
call
him? You want to call him right now, Shannon? Just call him. Put him on speaker.
Yeah. We'll talk about that for sure. We'll talk about Stephen A. Smith. Fair or foul? I don't know. I don't know.
We'll get, I feel like some these folks is wilding out. So some of these journalists, they're wilding out a little bit. But yeah, we've got your chance to win $1,000 coming up here in just a couple of seconds. We'll be talking a lot about the Kings. We'll be talking a lot about, I don't know what to call last night's game. The ending was phenomenal.
A great game.
The game was phenomenal. Mm-hmm. The ending was phenomenal. Mm-hmm. The 29 minutes and 2 seconds it took to play the final minute 57. Not so much. So much phenomenal.
Here comes the money.
One more time.
I was just saying that wasn't a good look, but I'm ready.
No,
now.
bad look. Let's get some money.
Hey,
here
we go. Money talk. Here comes the money.
All right, it's time for the Summer of Cash contest. Here is your chance to win $1,000. Text the code word paper to 72881. That's paper. Like, be about your paper, man. Text paper to 72881. This is a multi-state contest. Message and data rates apply. And remember, don't text and drive. Excuse the chuckle in the middle of that read, as I just saw this tweet from Shams that says, Jeremy Grant is committed to Team USA.
Come on, man.
It's like, so that's where we are.
Didn't I? What I say yesterday? What I say yesterday? Put them 18-year-olds out there.
You committed to Team USA.
I did say that, but hey, put them damn 18-year-olds out there.
What the hell is
put the prospects from next year in the Olympics? Put them in there. I'm not tuning in to see Jeremy Grant and Drew Holiday.
Okay, Kevin Durant is there too. So is James Harden. Those are your boys. Hey, who's the coach of this team? I can't remember.
Who is it? Is he still the coach? The Mr. USA basketball? It's not Coach K no more?
I don't think so.
I don't know. I think it's Coach K.
It's Coach K. Is it still Coach K? It can't be Coach K. Is it?
Mr. USA basketball.
I thought he retired.
Next year. He's got to get his wheelchairs for it.
That's right. He's got to do the big tour. Okay.
We'll definitely get into this, but Will W, after going back and forth with him last night, I actually agree with him. This sounds crazy. Feel bad for Paul George. Feel bad for PG.
Oh, dear God. Greg Popovich is the coach. Oh, dear God. James Harden is withdrawn from Team USA.
Hey, come on, man. Like I said, go out there and put who's the young man that's going to Michigan State? They're supposed to be number one prospect in the country next year. Hell, put Mikey Simmons out there. Hell, put Bronny James out there.
Put the alerts on. Somebody's going to withdraw or commit to Team USA.
KD ain't going by himself. Get ready for his iPhone notes message about withdrawing. He ain't going there by himself.
Pop about to withdraw. Pop's about to be like, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and
thank you, Omar. Put Imani Bates in there. Okay. I'll watch that. I ain't watching Jeremy Grant.
Okay, wait. I think we've got the roster. We've got Kevin Durant. We got Dame Lillard, Bradley Beal, Jason Tatum, Devin Booker, Zach LaVine, Kevin Love, Kevin Love, Bam Adebayo, Draymond Green, Drew Holiday, Chris Middleton, Jeremy Grant. That's not bad.
Half the squad is watchable. I shouldn't say it like that.
I'm just saying, it stands.
Yeah, as it stands.
As it stands.
Think it might get a little crazy. Hey, I'm just saying, they better keep KD and Dame Lillard, because I'm not gonna say I'm not gonna watch, but I promise you I'm not gonna be at the bar at 2 a.m. watching Drew Holiday. I know that much.
That would be stupid no matter who's playing. We'll step out, we'll come back.
I saw the Redeem team.
Okay, that was worth it, though. We'll step out. We'll come back. We'll talk about some of these mock drafts. I've got 4 different mock drafts with 4 different names, and that's all going to lead us to Kenny Caraway Mock Draft 1.0 as D'Lo and Casey continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Look, this is Kenny Caraway here, and I know I keep saying that I'm not going to watch Jeremy Grant or Drew Holiday in the Olympics. We all know that I am. If I'm watching the basketball tournament, if I'm watching the Big Three, I'm going to watch that. And no matter what it is, when I'm watching my hoops, I'm definitely going to be sitting there with a little gin and tonic, a little gin and juice. And that gin is coming straight from McQueen and the Violet Fog gin. You guys know what it is, man. That smooth and distinct citrus flavor cools and refreshes me every single time, man. No lie. The Brazilian gin is produced in limited batches of less than 55 cases per distillation. So that tells me two things. Number one, because of that, the quality that you get from a bottle of McQueen is just completely unmatched. And number two, they don't make much, but what they do make is damn good. So check this out. Go order a bottle online at drizzly.com, or you can grab a bottle next time you're in the store. And if the store doesn't have it, let me know. Let Damien know. I'll talk to my guy, Ben, over at the Sovereign Brands, our guy, Ben, at the Sovereign Brands. We'll get the re-up and we'll get you that bottle. You can also show us how much you enjoy McQueen and the Violet Fog gin by tagging your post at D'Lo and KC and at McQueen Violet Fog. We just need to let the whole entire region, the whole entire valley know about the biggest boss when it comes to who is the best in the game for this whole gin game. After 500 years, it's time for a new gin. It's time for McQueen and the Violet Fog gin. KIFM reminds you, be responsible. Don't drink and drive.
Mind you, while you're out, go pick up that bamboo cream as well.
I saw Warren in here.
Change your whole life forever.
Midtown, Natomas, like Damien said. Midtown and Natomas gonna make that move. It's gone in Elk Grove. It's gone. They either didn't get it or it's gone.
Jazz probably bought it all. He probably knew before I did and went and bought it all. Went and made friends with the owners. Went and flex. How did you know we had this? Because I know things, fam. So I see there's like 80 people in here watching. Y'all just aren't gonna hit the thumbs up. That's how we doing it.
Come on, man, with the thumbs up.
That's how we doing it. We're gonna act like it's not important. We're gonna act like that thumbs up ain't a game changer. It's just hurtful. That's hurtful. I know we're all hurt today, finishing at 9. But man, okay, all right. See, look at it. I see y'all remember how to hit that thumbs up, man. That's a big deal. We appreciate it. Y'all. I ain't gonna repeat some of the jokes that were being told in the stream last night about how many likes we got, but go ahead and hit the thumbs up, please. We appreciate it. One thumbs up goes a long way. Look at that. We just went from 25 to 42.
Hey, I'm pretty sure you are, and the show is. Are you followed by Metu Fan Club?
Yes.
Yes. The handle is at Chimezi Goated. How have we not had him on the show yet?
Yeah.
Here comes the money.
Here we go.
Here comes the money.
Keep hitting them thumbs up. And if you're not a subscriber yet, hit a subscriber too.
Yeah, man. Yeah. We need that. So 1989 draft. Should I say it now or wait for the air?
Wait for the air.
Okay.
Wait for the air.
I know, Jill. We gotta make that happen.
Yeah, we'll get it done. Yeah, we need Tyrese on just to talk about wrestling. That's really what we got to do.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's what happened. That's where I saw Metsu, because he talked about the Undertaker when the lights went out.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah. Let's do that. Mr. Halliburton. I think we're coming back. Another opportunity for you to win $1,000 coming up 10 minutes after the 1 o'clock hour. As a matter of fact, you've got opportunities to win $1,000 coming up 10 minutes after every hour. 110, 210, 310, every hour. D'Lo and KC are on the air. James Ham's going to join us coming up at 3:20. And as we noted, KC, the Sacramento Kings, in their 26 years in the lottery, have finished number 1 just once. The phenomenal 1989 draft.
Oh, jeez. Well, you mentioned the 1989 draft, and I have it right here in front of me. Would you like to go down some of the guys that they passed on? Let's just go to the top 10, because to be honest with you, after the top 10, it picks up a little bit, right? Picks up a little bit. But here's the top 10. Number 1, always nervous, as I like to call him. Always nervous, Purvis Ellison, number 1 to the Kings. Number 2, Danny Ferry goes to the Clippers. Number 3, Sean Elliott to the Spurs. That was a solid little pick right there. This probably should have been number 1. Glenn Rice went to Miami, number 4, and then it gets ugly. Number 5, J.R. Reed goes to Charlotte. Number 6, Stacey King goes to Chicago. Number 7, George McLeod to Indiana. Number 8, Randy White to Dallas. Number 9, Tom Hammonds to Washington. And number 10, Pooh Richardson.
Pooh
went to Minnesota. Now, here's where I say it did pick up after the top. Like, you almost can't blame the Kings for this top 10. I mean, these guys, outside of Glenn Rice and maybe Sean Elliott, I mean, these guys they're no good. So I can't really blame them for that. But I'm not going to go through the whole draft. But at 11, you had Nick Anderson. 12, you had Mookie Blaylock. 14, Tim Hardaway. 17, Sean Kemp. That was a good one. And then it's pretty dead until you get to number 26. Do you have any guess who number 26 was?
Give me the draft year again.
1989.
Oh, still not. I have no idea.
Vlade Divac, number 26 to the Los Angeles Lakers.
Cool. Where was he drafted in the GM draft? If Brad Stevens went number 1, where did Vlade go? Was Vlade an unsigned free agent in the GM draft? So a lot of the early mock drafts out, and we'll get to the Valley Oop last night, and we'll get to the incredible play from
I haven't heard that.
Yeah, the Valley Oop, man. That's the play. DeAndre Ayton, phenomenal. I'll be honest, my eyes were just glued to Jay Crowder. I thought it was a phenomenal pass, but my favorite part of the whole thing is Jay Crowder's reaction, which was not a reaction. He throws the pass up, it gets everybody's going crazy. What's Crowder do? Hand in the air, walks off the floor.
Going good.
He just puts his hand in the air. That's it. Barely reacts. I was like, that's a bet right there.
Well, since I was going for the Clippers, my eyes were fixated on DeMarcus Cousins. But we'll talk about that.
We'll get to that. Yeah, DeMarcus, DeMarcus. He had one job. One job, but it might not be DeMarcus's fault. I mean,
might be Larry Frank's fault.
Could be Vlade's fault, quite honestly. It could still be Vlade's fault. I don't know how. I'm going to workshop this a little bit before we get there. But you brought up Vlade. Maybe we could find a way to blame him for what DeMarcus Cousins did last night. Normally, everything that happens in the NBA is DeMarcus Cousins' fault. It's probably DeMarcus's fault that the Kings finished 9th instead of number 1, 2, 3, or 4. But even at number 9, we've seen a variety of mock drafts with different names. We mentioned that James Ham is going to join us coming up at 3:20. I think he's on Hammer Time Draft 9.2.
Damn, he's beating me.
But we got Kenny Caraway Draft 1.0 coming up at the top of the 1 o'clock hour. But he has at number 9 Moses Moody, small forward. From Arkansas. He notes, and we'll ask him to dissect this a little bit more when he joins us. But like a lot of teams at this point in the draft, the Kings have plenty of needs. They have their backcourt set with De'Aaron Fox and Tyrese Halliburton as starters, and Buddy Hield, DeLon Wright, and Terrence Davis coming off the bench. That seems noteworthy to me, but we'll move along for now. They also have Harrison Barnes, who is versatile.
Don't gloss over that. Read that again for the people.
Like a lot of teams at this point in the draft, the Kings have plenty of needs. They have their backcourt set with De'Aaron Fox and Tyrese Halliburton as starters, and Buddy Hield, DeLon Wright, and Terrence Davis coming off the bench.
We just need to make sure that's clear as day. We just need to make sure that's clear as day.
They also have Harrison Barnes, who is versatile enough to play both forward spots. They could use a long-term answer at center if Rashawn Holmes leaves in free agency, and Mo Harkless' return also is in question. Moses Moody, 6'6", 211 pounds.
I like Moses Moody. I do. I'm not crazy about him. I want to see some more on him. I got to do a little bit more of a deep dive into some of his actual gameplay.
Okay,
but I like Moses Moody. If the Kings got him, that'd be really good. I'd be good with that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. I was going to ask you if maybe that was too much of a reach or what it was. Let's try another name here. Let's try. Oh, how about Sam Vecini? I think is he at the Athletic? He wrote number 9, Keon Johnson.
Where have you guys heard that name before?
6'5" wing from the University of Tennessee. He wrote about the fit. The Kings basically have 2 guys they're truly building around in De'Aaron Fox and Tyrese Halliburton. Rashawn Holmes is a free agent this offseason and could be in line for a real payday, so I would imagine they look for a front court option here. Ultimately, though, Johnson would give them a very different presence than anything they have in their backcourt due to his defensive value and athletic upside. The Kings have one of the worst defenses I've seen on an NBA court.
Jesus.
Wow. So getting someone who can, I mean, he's not wrong, just painful to read that.
Didn't the Kings get better in the second half on defense? I'm not trying to.
No, they did. No, they did. Yeah, they I think they were giving up. They were giving up 120, maybe just on the verge of 121 points per game. Mm-hmm. And I think by the time the season was over, it was down to 118. So like that
second half, it must have been drastic.
I remember the last 2 weeks, I think it was down to like 111.
Yeah.
It was like 111, 112, somewhere around there. So they all bad got better, but it was still bad.
Right.
And
if you got to bad.
Yeah, pretty much. If you take the isolated like 2-3 weeks, even that alone was like, I think that was like middle of the pack. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So again, yes, better. The Kings have one of the worst defenses I've ever seen. So getting someone who can set the tone on that end, while also possessing someone who can set the tone on that end while also possessing long-term upside on offense seems like a strong choice. That's Keon Johnson.
Yeah, I'm a Keon Johnson guy, man. I started to do a little deep dive on these prospects about a week ago and came across Keon, and I like his aggressiveness. From what I've seen, once again, there's still more I want to watch on these guys. But from what I've seen, that's a dog. That's a dog right there. He'll stick his nose in there. He'll get dirty. He'll get aggressive. I like Keon Johnson.
Okay. So far you like both Moody, Moses Moody and Keon Johnson. You're in on both of those.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
I want to check a couple of notes here in a different mock draft. This is Jonathan Giovanni's of ESPN. He has Keon Johnson going 8. I don't know how you're going to feel about this one, but we'll stick with ESPN's mock draft here.
Okay. I'm feeling good so far. I'm feeling good.
Franz. This is your man from Michigan, Franz Wagner. Small forward, University of Michigan. In a running theme in the notes about this draft, Jonathan wrote, the worst defensive team in the NBA could be attracted to the versatility, intensity, and instincts offered by Wagner. He is one of the best off-ball defenders in the draft and also brings promising passing and shooting indicators that suggest a very high floor as the type of two-way, role-playing combo forward every team desires. You don't seem moved by Franz.
Juwan Howard, what a great job he's doing at the University of Michigan. He's got these boys balling, got them in the Final Four. I just love what Juwan Howard is doing over there in Michigan.
But
Yeah, man, Juwan Howard. He's doing a great job with them boys at Michigan.
So you don't like Franz, is what you're saying. Franz doesn't move you the same way Moses Moody and Keon Johnson do.
No, he doesn't. And I did. I saw a lot of Franz, and to be honest with you, I like him as a ball player. I got to be honest, I don't like him at number 9. You know what I mean? Like, I think he is somebody that you can. He's not a game changer, and at number 9, that's what you're looking for. You can find a Franz Wagner anywhere. And I know that sounds crazy. He's an NBA player. I'm not trying to be disrespectful to him, but you don't have to take a chance with number 9 on Franz Wagner. He's not that type of player.
You said something interesting there. Game changer. So number 9, you're drafting at number 9. You're starting.
You would think. You would think. I mean, it kind of depends on who you take and what your setup is.
I mean, they drafted at number 2 and he didn't start, but that was a different coach. It was a different coach. It's a different. Hell, you drafted at 12. Yeah, didn't start. So I'm just throwing it out there. Do with it what you will. Okay, so we'll take Franz out of the conversations. These are early. You know that these are going to change.
But you can't, because I saw some of the same mocks that you seen, and I saw them a couple of times to Sacramento, and I'm like, nah, bro, no. We're gonna look back years from now, and hopefully I'm not on Old Take Exposed like our buddy Karan, who made an appearance on Freezing Cold Takes today on Twitter. But
Karan Jay Phillips, yeah, he writes for Deadspin, never has a positive thing to say. Tweeted back in 2018, you're really going to take an overseas player in Ayton over Marvin Bagley. Yeah. And he's a Duke guy. He's a Duke fan. I still don't know why. I've never understood why, but he's a Duke fan.
Yeah, I may end up.
I think he's from Detroit, but he's a Duke fan.
Oh, that's even more disrespectful.
No.
You need to be true to go blue.
Maybe blue. Well, I think he might be a Michigan football fan. I can't remember. Yeah. Old Takes got him for that one.
But look, I may be on there one day too for saying this, but I think we're going to look back 5-10 years from now, and if Franz Wagner gets picked in the top 10, whoever makes that pick, we're going to be like, what the hell were they thinking? We're going to look back. We're going to look back 20 something years from now and be like, Randy White at number 8? That's the same reaction we have to that. That's what's going to be if Franz Wagner goes in the top 10 here.
I thought Randy White played for like the 49ers or something. I didn't realize he was taking it number 8. It's a good point by David, though. It's a good point. I didn't catch this before our show started. Apparently, Bart Scott said there's a rumor that Vlade hates Moses Moody's dad. Again, this is according to this is stuff Bart Scott said. So I don't know. Take that for what you will. He's been all over the De'Aaron Fox hates Sacramento story. So shout out to Bart Scott. Can't wait. But rumor is Vlade hates Moody's dad. So
gotta watch out for that. Gotta watch out for that. Some pictures that Vlade has. It just keeps him in control.
If you're just tuning in for the very, very first time, sorry. That's a bit you're gonna have to get caught up on. That's gonna run for a while. See, I knew it. Randy White played for the Dallas Cowboys.
Wasn't he black?
Oh, what you're saying? Because his name is Randy White, he can't be black. Is that what you're saying? I can't remember.
Randy White for the Cowboys is black. I don't know if Randy
Jesse
White
says no. He's very white.
Randy White for the Cowboys was white. Who was the guy who did the dances? The White Shoes. That's who it was. White Shoes. Okay. For the Cowboys. That's what I was thinking. His name, now I think about it, isn't Randy White. I'm thinking about it completely.
That's a good. Apparently you are. Apparently you are. But hey, at least we got Randy White shoes, and now we've got Bart Scott, the NBA insider. So we're on a roll here.
And like Roddy said, Brandon Marshall. That's what I've been saying.
There it is.
Saying what I'm saying.
There it is. Just keeping it moving. All right. What else do we got?
Who else? Did you see any other mocks, man? And
yeah, I got one more. This from your former partner over on the J Street Vibes podcast. You've since divorced due to irreconcilable differences.
And real quick, it's Billy White Shoes Johnson. That's what I was thinking of.
Okay, of course Ramsey would know. Big Al's probably on the phone right now on his rotary phone. He about to call us and tell us he saw him in high school. Jason Jones, Davion Mitchell, 6'2" guard, 22 years old, Baylor. Jason Jones writes, this is a matter of Mitchell being the highest ranked player available who does something the Kings desperately need. Ooh, I'm sensing a theme here. Defend. He's 22, which makes him old nowadays for a prospect, but that could help him see the court sooner. He's listed as 6'2", which is not an ideal fit for a team in need of more length on the perimeter, but if he helps with the defense that was atrocious most of the season, the Kings will find time for him on the court. What do you think? And I'm going to get into the next thing that Jason Jones wrote. I don't want to give too much out of it because The Athletic is a paid site. Go get your subscription over at The Athletic, but support Jason Jones. Davion Mitchell. We talked a lot about Davion during the NCAA tournament, and he was that dog. You know, we do the Kings need a dog. Kings need a dog. It was so often repeated. People were noticing during the NCAA tournament, like, hey, Kenan Baylor looks like he might be a dog. And then you start looking at mock drafts and go, hey, he's right there around where the Kings are projected to be here in the draft. Maybe that could be a fit.
Yeah, man, I like Davion a lot. I really do. Obviously, I like what he brings to the table as far as his toughness and his tenacity and his leadership out there. Those are things that I love about his game. The only thing that I worry about, and I know people always say all the time, for a team like the Kings, you can't draft for need. You need to just take the best player and worry about it later. But man, where's he gonna play?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like DeLon Wright is pretty good. It's not like I don't think we're overvaluing or overrating DeLon White. He's a good backup point guard
completely
who
agree.
Come in there and in right situations help close out games. I like Terrence Davis. You know what I'm saying? I think a lot of people like him too. So those are your two guards right there. I mean, it's not beyond the realm of possibility that Davion can come, if he's drafted by the Kings, come in here and just ball out and force his way into a consistent backup point guard role, or maybe even some kind of starter role. I don't know, but it's tough taking a guy that size when you legit. I mean, James Ham said it earlier, and we'll talk to him later. But the backcourt seems to be set, at least for next year, and he didn't even mention Terrence Davis. He's mentioned Buddy Hield. So, man, to take Davion Mitchell, that would be that would I'm not gonna say it'd be head scratching, but that lines up with the whole. All right, you're just gonna take the best player and kind of disregard the fact that you're lacking in other areas.
Well, I also. I agree with the best player available philosophy, but if it's like best player, if like you have rankings for players and number rankings and best player available at number 9, you have them ranked as say a 9, and the second best player available maybe at a different position or a different size is ranked at an 8.7. Maybe you deviate from those rankings a little bit. Maybe you deviate from the best player available that you have rated the best player available, and you go with this other player who might be stronger at a position of need. Now, if Davion Mitchell you have ranked as a 9, and the next best player you have ranked as available is like a 7 or a 6, that's going to be tough for me to argue. I mean, of course, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. So this is where you really have to trust Monty McNair and that front office to evaluate these players, and this scouting crew that he has to evaluate these players in the eyes of how they're going to fit with the Sacramento Kings.
Go ahead.
What happens between now and July 29th is going to be interesting.
Yeah. Because
if nothing happens and you're drafting with the idea that Buddy Hield is a Sacramento King, if you're operating as if Harrison Barnes is a Sacramento King, free agency starts days later. Rashawn Holmes. Like there's a lot of things that you have to take into account that haven't happened yet. Right. You've got to have that foresight. You got to be able to see ahead. You've got to have your finger on the pulse of what's going on with your basketball team.
Yeah, man. So Davion, like I said, I like him, man. I like him. The things that he brings to the table, this team needs. And it's almost like a guy like Scotty Barnes, who I know that's been the running bit on this show. But Scotty Barnes and Davion Mitchell, those are two guys who are like, they're a little problematic for what I feel this team, it could be looking for. But the things that they are best at, this team definitely needs. The tenacity, the defense, the toughness, the moxie, the swagger, all that other stuff. This team, they need somebody like that. So if Davion went at 9, I'd be okay with that. I'd be excited. You know what he does? It kind of reminds me of just a little bit though. And I thought about this last night. It kind of reminds me of Frank Mason. The whole
we're doing this scenario. Again. We're doing this again.
I'm just saying, the whole scenario, undersized, but he played for 4 years, and people are gonna be like, "Look, hey." I remember Jay Billis specifically. Frank Mason. We're talking about a guy that's going to be in the NBA for at least 10 years. I'm not saying he's going to be a star, but he's going to be there for a long time. And then you get to the NBA, and it's like, yeah, he's not big enough. Can't make it. Not going to happen. Davion, excuse me, 22 years old. It's like, I don't know, man. But I think Davion is better and a better prospect than Frank Mason. But Frank Mason was pretty damn good coming out of Kansas.
He was absolutely.
He was good.
Absolutely.
So that's something that came across my head last time.
Of course, Frank Mason came across your head last time. Why wouldn't he have come across your head?
And I love how I get lumped into loving Frank Mason when I wasn't the one who tweeted that.
No,
people constantly.
I forgot my man's Twitter. I forgot my man's Twitter handle, but he sure said De'Aaron Fox ain't gonna be on this team long. The future backcourt of the Sacramento Kings, Frank Mason and Buddy Hield. Mark my words.
It's like Super Fuego or something like that.
It's something, but it was fantastic. But we were loving Buddy Hield. We were loving Frank Mason. Sorry, we were loving Frank Mason. Something absolutely vicious.
Absolutely. And to defend myself again, all I said was it's no indictment on Frank Mason. That's all I said.
We'll come back. There's a lot more to talk about. I want to stick with the Kings just a little bit longer. Of course, we're going to get into the game last night. We're going to get into the Suns and the Clippers being down 0-2. Paul George's missed free throws. We're going to talk about DeMarcus Cousins. We're going to talk about everything that went on last night. Ime Udoka, the new head coach for the Boston Celtics. That is official. We'll talk about that as well. James Ham coming up at 3:20 in your next chance to win $1,000 coming up 10 minutes past the hour. If you want to get in on the show, if you want to be a part of the conversation, many ways that you can do it. 916-349-1320. If you want to watch the show, as many of you are, over on youtube.com/ESPN1320, make sure you hit the subscribe button. Hit the thumbs up button as well. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320 is a great way to watch. We're back with more of D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
I was going to tease the thing coming out of the next break, but do you just want to wait till 1 for the mock?
Oh yeah, let's tease it when we come out of this. My bad for not mentioning it. And then we'll do it at the top of the 1 o'clock hour. It's my bad.
No, you good. Lazy. I know, right? The always lovely Nia Long. Keeps it G. Yes, you can. You can keep him. You probably need Rashawn Holmes to take a little hometown discount, which I'm not sure he's going to do, but you can do it. It can be done. Bobby Marks said it can.
Oh, sad facts right there, David. Sad facts.
Jet ski.
He got the Luke Belair boat.
I don't get no trips to the crib here, man. You know what I'm saying? We on our old stuff. We on our old stuff. We don't get no new trips to the crib, man. You know what I'm saying? Don't happen over here.
Nobody believe you. Literally nobody believes you.
So you guys help me out here. I know they used to Nia and Udoko, they're not still together, are they?
Are they?
Okay. I'm gonna get that league pass. Be watching them Celtics games. Believe that. I'm
what was Nia Long? You know what? So I have watched. Yeah, they became engaged 2015. They have no plans to marry. They're still together.
Oh, yeah. I'm putting Boston.
They've been together for a while.
On the favorites. They're gonna be on the favorites.
What was Nia? Oh, she's on Black AF. You know I've watched that entire series like 4 or 5 times.
Really?
It amuses the absolute hell out of me.
It really turns up. It turns up as it goes along.
I cannot stress enough how much I enjoyed that show.
There's Boys in the Hood.
Oh, fool. Damn, man. Boys, you need to stop talking. You have to stop talking immediately.
What'd you say? Are you there yet?
Are we there yet? The Ice Cube movie.
Yeah.
They're both in Boys in the Hood, right? Ice Cube and Nia Long are both in Boys in the Hood. Okay. I think it was Boys in the Hood. And I know like Love Jones is dope, but the best man, bro. Lord have mercy.
Oh no, she was fine in Love Jones.
No, she was, but
I mean, she's fine all the time. So
the only problem with the best man is Sanaa Lathan had my heart at the time. So she was.
Nia, when Tay Diggs comes to the crib, when they think she thinks it's about to pop.
It's about to go down. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, it's about to go. Oh, good. Oh, solid point right here, Kyle. That is solid.
She's definitely fine as Lisa.
Solid.
That's another.
Do you remember
another sorority? Like
the sorority prank thing? Yep. Do you remember when Tisha Campbell was on? I'm stuck in a basement, sitting on a tricycle, girl, getting on my nerves.
On the low, that's my girl right there.
Tisha Campbell. Okay. I like Shireen.
I like all Tisha Campbell.
When it was best man, not a house party.
House party. Yeah.
I like Shireen more.
Shireen.
Grape or red? Red. Coming up here at the top of the hour, Kenny Caraway mock draft 1.0. New mock drafts every Wednesday until the day of the draft. And for some reason, John Bull is digging up tweets from Kenny Caraway. This one, March 2nd, 2014.
Okay.
Kings messed up, giving up on Jimmer. Shaking my head.
I'm going to defend that because I still think Jimmer.
Did we ever get
to be in the league?
Yeah, he's scoring 80
he can be.
Forgot where he's scoring 80 at.
China, I think.
And we never got the conversion rate. I know we worked on that for an entire show. The conversion rate of points in China to points in America. I think it was like 80, and then it converted to 2, but we weren't sure.
I don't know. It's got to be 20, man.
There's no way Jimmer is not scoring 20 in the league, man. Stop.
So you're telling me in a game he can't score 20 points?
Not regularly. He's not going to average 20.
Not regularly scoring 80. He scored 80 in a game.
I'm not hip to the game. I think he might have scored 80 more times in China than he scored 20 in the NBA. Unconfirmed. Yeah.
Jimmer, like I said, especially the way the game is played now, Jimmer couldn't be a I don't know. Jim, I mean, he's what do you guys always say? He's got an elite skill.
What voice is that? Is that your no, that feels like your Ben Simmons voice.
Sometimes they're one and the same.
That's your
got an elite skill. You don't give up on a guy with an elite skill.
Jimmer is averaging 27 in China. His highest points per game in the NBA were 7.6. So that's
he's not averaging 80. He's averaging 27, 7.6. I don't know, man.
Anyways, I don't know why John Bull dug that up.
If Bertans can play in the NBA, if Joe Harris can play in the NBA, if Duncan Robinson can play in the NBA, you mean to tell me Jimmer can't?
Jimmer's playing in China.
Those guys are a little taller. Duncan defends, so he defends a lot better than Jimmer. Jimmer was about an inch or two too short.
You got them air horns ready. We got the mock draft coming up at the top of the 1 o'clock hour. We've got your next chance to win $1,000 coming up 10 minutes after that. Can we give a happy birthday to Sonia? Mrs. Mac 10.
Mac 10 is the lick. West Side is the click. One more time.
Loyal listener, loyal viewer. She hangs out with us on YouTube, on the Odyssey app, and on 1320. So, Sonia, happy birthday to you. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Sonia, cancer season? Are we here? Are we in cancer season? Shout out air horn for cancer season. Let's go. Let's go, damn it. Let's go. Cancer season.
Okay. Go ahead. I know you wanted to hit it again. Well, actually, don't hit it yet. Let's give one more shout out to our man Jesse, who's been here longer than all of us have. You talk about the straw that stirs the drink. The guy who makes this show work, the guy who very literally keeps this show on the air. Jesse been with the ESPN 1320 for 2 years, been here longer than both of us have. So happy work anniversary to our man Jesse.
Big air horns for Jesse's work anniversary. Let's go.
Yeah, yeah. Jesse says he didn't even know. That's all right. We knew. We know everything. We know everything. We monitor everything, man, and we couldn't do this show without you. So we appreciate. Absolutely. And I also appreciate the fact that I keep giving Jesse more and more work to do, and he doesn't complain about it. He's just like, yeah, I want to do more. I want to do more. So it's like, here, do this, and he does all of it. And quite honestly, the reason he keeps doing it is because he does so much of it better than I do. It was all stuff that I was doing. I was like, hey, can you do this? And he does it like 10 times better than I do. So it's like, hey, can you keep doing it? Of course, Jesse makes us want to punch him every once in a while, like during the previous commercial break when he says, hey, because we mentioned that Ime Udoka, new Boston Celtics head coach, has been with Nia Long for like the last 11 years. And he says to us, when was the first movie you saw Nia Long in? We're both Boys in the Hood. For Jesse, it's Are We There Yet?
Come on, man. Come on, man.
And that's
while I'm at it.
Hey, who man is this?
I mean, we're not mad at you. It was just saying, like, every once in a while, when you hear things like that, it's a bit jarring. Like when was the first time? Was Are We There Yet? The first time? When did you know Ice Cube was a rapper and not an actor in kids' movies?
I knew Ice Cube was a rapper for pretty much from the start. Yeah, my dad used to play like NWA, all that stuff when I was a kid, so yeah. I didn't know Eddie Murphy was a comedian until about 5 years ago, though.
Come on.
Have you ever seen Delirious?
No, I haven't. I was watching Eddie Murphy's his 1985 VMA stand-up the other day. So I was checking that out. But I haven't seen his Delirious one. I heard that's pretty funny.
Beverly Hills Cop. Have you seen?
Never seen Beverly Hills Cop.
Well, okay, relax, Jesse. I've never seen it either.
You guys need to give me a list to check out, and I'll check these movies out.
Have you seen Coming to America?
No, I haven't seen that either.
Wow.
Do you know who Arsenio Hall is?
Yeah, I know who Arsenio Hall is.
Okay.
Yeah, talk to him.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, all right. Just Coming to America.
So he watch Beverly Hills Cop is fantastic. I don't know what your issue is with Beverly Hills Cop.
That's right there.
Have you seen Trading Places?
That was a great movie too.
Okay, all right. So you throw Trading Places in there too.
Give me a movie to watch this weekend. I'll give you a review on it on Monday.
Okay, right. I'm with it. I'm with it. I'm with it. We got to go a little older than Boomerang, though. We got to go something from like Boomerang was before he was born.
Coming to America was late 80s, wasn't it?
It's got to be. Yeah, let's start with Coming to America. Get Jesse to watch Coming to America.
Did I miss something?
The first
here?
one, not the one at Rick Ross's house, but the first one.
No, it wasn't bad. It wasn't that bad.
Stop it right now.
It wasn't that bad. It was nostalgic.
It was.
This
Okay.
is your life.
I'm gonna stop short of saying how I feel about it because I don't want you to utter the line "Who needs the man?" when.
Yeah. Oh no, wait. Did I miss something here? Because Omar Simpson is talking about school days. Neil Long went in School Days, was she? That's Tisha Campbell.
So. I don't think Neil Long was in School Days.
I don't think so, man. Somebody let me know if I'm wrong. That's Tisha Campbell in School Days.
Ime Udoka's just winning all the way around.
He is.
And we'll talk more about it later. You glossing over the fact that the head coach of the Boston Celtics, he's for the culture.
Mm-hmm. Cue up G Money and CB4 when he when he broke off the group.
Oh, jeez. One more shout out. This one goes to our man Warren. We told people during the commercial break that new bamboo cream that we've been talking about, it's available in stores. It's available in stores right now. Warren said, "Go ahead, tell me it's available in stores." Warren
wasted no time.
Warren went and got him 2 bottles. It's barely lunchtime, and he got him 2 bottles of that bamboo cream. And yeah, like my partner said, if you don't have you've got a newborn there, make sure she's well taken care of, because the problem is you pour that first glass and it's like, oh, that's cool, and then you pour another one, and then all of a sudden 30 minutes later you're like with that white bottle and a straw, and you realize, oh man, I just drank this whole thing of bamboo cream.
Shout out to Warren. And while we're on this Nia Long Appreciation Day, because Udoka got a head coaching job, somebody brought up a good one, and this is kind of slept on. Terrence, I don't know if he's referring to this. Nia Long in Big Mama's house.
That's good.
That was prime Nia right there, boy.
That's good. Was Nia in Power? Why do I feel like Nia was in Power? Was she in Power?
No.
Okay.
I'm trying to think. No, I don't think she was in Power.
Okay. I don't know why. Let me see if I can get us back on track, because moving away from Nia Long is it was Empire. Okay. Moving away from Nia Long is tough. Like we could literally do Nia Long Appreciation Day all day long. Okay, the Kings pick is official. We're gonna get to Kenny Caraway's mock draft coming up here in just a minute. You're right now, the day after the lottery. What does your gut tell you?
About
the Kings keep the pick, or the Kings package the pick?
My gut tells me they keep it.
Okay.
And that's only, I think they're willing to move from it. But I don't know if there's going to be something out there enticing enough.
I know we have fun with these different trade proposals, these different ideas, all of these different things that pop in our head and we talk about. I know how you feel about Ben Simmons. Do you think it's realistic? We have no idea what Doc Rivers thinks, what Daryl Morey thinks. We have no idea what Elton Brand thinks, what the people in Philadelphia think. We know what we saw. We know what we think. We know what everyone is talking about. 2-part question here. Do you think the Philadelphia 76ers are going to entertain moving Ben Simmons?
Absolutely.
Do you think Monty McNair calls about him?
Yes. Of course I do. No, remember, Damian, Barry Horowitz, pat myself on the back. Oh, Jesus. I told you it was a possibility almost 2 weeks ago now. That was my epiphany. I said I wouldn't do it. I
lose track of your epiphanies, but yeah, I recall.
But Ben Simmons checks all the boxes for something that Monty McNair said. You know, maybe not financial flexibility, but being ready, being in a place to go get, I'm putting the air quotes up right now for my people on YouTube, an all-star caliber player. He's literally an all-star, literally a 3-time all-star. But I mean, I'm not sure kind of what people are looking at there, but it's whatever. That's just my thoughts about it. But I definitely think Monty will call and check on that for sure.
Okay. Don't be surprised. This is a line from Jason Jones' column in The Athletic. Don't be surprised if this pick is eventually traded by Sacramento, which is trying to leap into the playoffs. Sacramento's inability to contain opponents at the point of attack was often embarrassing. So the more defenders, the better. The defenders that he's talking about there, obviously, of course, was Davion Mitchell, for those who may have forgotten. Another note that is just coming in right now, I think this is coming in from Chris Haynes over at Yahoo. It was talked about a lot last night. Chris Paul intends to make his return for Game 3. The wording of that is interesting to me because it does not say Chris Paul is back for Game 3. It says Chris Paul intends to make his return for Game 3. The tweet continues from Chris Haynes, barring any unforeseen setback. So it looks like the plan is for Chris Paul to play in game number 3, which again was talked a lot about last night.
Sounds to me like he's waiting for the second test or the results of the second test.
Yeah. Or perhaps the third or the fourth.
I say second because second day of test, because you got from what I know of it, you got to be negative for 2 straight days. So he probably got 1 day down. It was all negatives, and he's waiting for the results of the second one, and he thinks that should be the case too. So, yeah.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320, KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. We're live on Twitch. We're live on YouTube. We're live for the next 3 hours on the Odyssey app and on ESPN 1320. James Ham's going to join us at 3:20. We've got your next opportunity to win $1,000 coming up 9 minutes from now. And I realize the reason that I think there are multiple reasons that the Kings did not move up in the lottery. Some speculated on Twitter yesterday that it was Kenny Caraway's take on humidity that caused the Kings to lose. I personally believe the reason we lost was this. Arguably the worst drum roll in history, like fresh out of a 1960s talk show, but it's what we've got to work with here. So I guess they've cut our budget here for sound effects, and that's what we ride with. I didn't know if you wanted to use this to unveil Kenny Caraway's mock draft 1.0. New mock drafts every Wednesday till draft day.
No, I don't want to use that, but I will use this.
Put some respect on my name.
Oh.
You understand? When y'all saying my name, put some respect on.
KC's mock draft 1.0. Let's go. I'm ready.
So don't call it Kenny Caraway's mock draft 1.0. We'll just go KC's. Okay, KC's mock draft.
We can go Kenny. Casey.
Kenny. I'm gonna call you Kenny. Like, what you want me to do?
All right, here we go. Mock draft 1.0.
Okay, question before you begin. Have we named the player that you have at number 9? Because we've gone over a variety of scenarios from ESPN and The Athletic, from James Ham at NBC. Have we named that player yet?
Damon, you're gonna have to wait and see. Just like everybody else.
All right, fine.
See.
Fine.
All right, so this is a combination of what I think will happen and what I'm hearing might happen. It's more so even it's not so much what I think they should do, it's what I think these teams will do. All right, we got 1 through 10. So at number 1, got the Pistons taking Cade Cunningham in a shocker. All right, Cade Cunningham, the Pistons, number 1. Number 2, I got the Rockets taking Jalen Suggs, point guard out of Gonzaga. Now that is a little controversial because a lot of people have penciled in Evan Mobley going number 2 to the Rockets. I think the Rockets may be looking to get a guard, and I think that's the way to build your team nowadays.
Interesting.
You have a lead point guard or a lead shooting guard there. That's where I would go with what the team is bare is the Rockets. So I would go with Jalen Suggs, number 2 to the Rockets. Number 3, Evan Mobley to the Cavs, center out of USC. Now, here's the interesting thing. I mentioned it a little bit earlier. The Cavs got some young players up in there. And I'm thinking about the Kings and what they want to do. And we're talking about moving for, an all-star caliber guy. But what if they moved up? What if they moved from 9 to 3 with the Cavs and gave the Cavs a Marvin Bagley or something like that? I'm not saying Buddy Hield would get it done, but if you swap picks and gave them a Marvin Bagley, maybe a future first or something like that, maybe that's on the table. I don't know. But I think the Cavs, if Evan Mobley is there at number 3, which I'm predicting he will be, I think the Cavs go with Evan Mobley. Number 4, my guy, straight out of the 559, Fresno's finest. The Raptors are taking Jalen Green, shooting guard from the G League Ignite, at number 4. At number 5, Jonathan Kuminga to Orlando, small forward / power forward out of the G League as well, G League Ignite. Number 6, the Oklahoma City Thunder take Scotty Barnes.
Oh, dear. Oh, no.
Power forward out of Florida.
No.
Scotty Barnes off the board. Number 6 to Thunder. Number 7. I was kind of looking around and trying to figure out how this thing's going to go. I got the Warriors at 7 taking Davion Mitchell. Out of Baylor. Point guard out of Baylor. We talked about him earlier. Number 8, the Orlando Magic. The pick before the Sacramento Kings. Moses Moody, shooting guard out of Arkansas. They're taking him. And at number 9, the Kings are on the clock. At number 9, mock draft 1.0. Means good change. Probably got about 5 or 6 of these things. But number 9, I got the Kings rolling the dice and rolling a hell of a pair of dice and taking Jalen Johnson, small forward, power forward out of Duke. And am I comfortable with this pick? Not at all. Okay. But we'll get into it for sure. But number 9, I got the Kings taking Jalen Johnson out of Duke.
You want to, you want to go ahead and explain this a little bit, explain this further. Why are we going with Jalen Johnson, freshman from Duke, 11.2 points per game, 6.1 rebounds, 2.2 assists. He didn't play, I think 13 games he played. He'd opted out of the season in February. What intrigues you about him? I do have an interesting note here, Kings fans. Jalen Johnson is the 3rd Duke player in the Coach K era to record a double-double in his Duke debut. The last one, Marvin Bagley.
And that double-double was probably like 35 and 15 or something. Like, it was crazy what Marvin was doing. I can't believe he hasn't done the same thing in the NBA. I'll just never get over it.
How did you settle on Jalen Johnson?
Well, it's number one, I'm not alone. I went through a couple of different things and saw a couple of mocks, and he's projected in a few mocks to go to the Kings in 9. And, I did a little research on Jalen and his whole situation leaving Duke. That was controversial. But I look at number 9, and I look at some of the guys off the board already. I look at, especially when you talk about Davion and Moses Moody. To be honest with you, I probably like Moses. Not probably. I do like Moses better than Jalen, right? But I look at Jalen, and I look at some of the things that I've talked about, and it's time to swing for the fences. Jalen is maybe the biggest boom or bust potential in this top 10. He could fall flat on his face. He could be a huge bust. He could be somebody that is filled with unfulfilled potential. He could absolutely be that guy. But his ceiling is an all-star player. The ceiling for Jalen Johnson is an all-star player. And this is what I talked about earlier with Monty McNair. If we making this draft and we trying to make something happen, I don't need nobody like Franz Wagner. I'm not going that route at 9. If I'm going at 9 and some of the guys that I already like are off the table, I'm going for the guy that I think could be the biggest star potentially in this draft. And at that point, with all those other guys gone, I think it could be Jalen Johnson. Ironically enough, number 10 with the Pelicans, the last pick I have in here, Keon Johnson, shooting guard out of Tennessee. I really like Keon. And that was a tough pick for me, but I think Jalen has the potential to be one of the best players in this draft. Will he fulfill it? Whew, that's the scary part about Jalen Johnson. I don't know, because there's things about Jalen that are red flags for me.
Such as?
People don't think that he plays hard all the time. He kind of coasts. His commitment level. I mean, he's got this whole situation where he's quit teams a couple of times before in high school and then at Duke. So,
yeah, this does not sound like the right organization for him, bro.
But come on, man. Okay. But let me tell you, what have we talked about with Sacramento before? We've talked about, you get tired of taking the safe pick or the guy that wants to be here, the guy that visits. If he's the best player on the board in this inexact science that is the draft, you can't be afraid. You can't be afraid to make that.
Taking a note here and hitting this
Here
button.
comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
It's the Summer of Cash contest. Here is your chance to win $1,000. All you have to do is text the word cloud to 72881. That's cloud to 72881. This is a multi-state contest. Message and data rates apply. And remember, don't text and drive. I have no idea why I couldn't figure out a way to use cloud in a sentence. One of my favorite players in the WNBA is Natasha Cloud, but that's probably that probably wouldn't work. Your next opportunity, huh?
It's fine.
Okay, cool. Your next opportunity to win $1,000 coming up 1 hour from now. 10 minutes past the hour, every hour. 210, 310. We've got you. Every hour, D'Lo and Casey are on the air, that is.
So I look at Jalen and you look at some of these guys that are there after him. None of them intrigue me like the way Jalen does at that position. Now, if you opt out of that number 9 at all and you want to move down and get somebody like a Kai Jones or a Zaire Williams, cool. I'm not taking those guys at 9. I know that. I'll take them at like 15, 14. So if you want to swap picks and get down there, I'm not taking those guys at 9. Franz Wagner, I'm not taking Cody Crispert. I'm not taking those guys at 9. Jalen Johnson, it's a swing for the fences. Right now, it's a swing for the fences. Boom or bust, feast or famine.
And if it's famine, Luke is fired. Monty's got 2 massive X's on. I don't know how many strikes you get if you're Monty McNair, but 1. You kept Luke Walton, so now he's technical in my eyes. Luke Walton is Monty McNair's hire now because he opted into keeping him. 2, you took a huge swing at the draft and missed. So it's one thing to take a huge swing at Ben Simmons.
Take a huge risk in the draft.
You just said you did. You just said this is feast or famine. You just said this is.
Nobody's going to be like, oh, you took Jalen Johnson instead of taking Corey Crispert. Like that's what I mean. If you took Jalen Johnson at 4, that's like a fireable offense. You take Jalen Johnson at 9. I don't think that's a
Jalen Johnson
that's going to make you say, yo, what was this guy thinking? That's my thought with taking Jalen Johnson.
Can he contribute next year?
Yes.
We're going to talk a lot more Kings basketball as the day rolls along.
I had an interesting conversation with an NBA buddy of mine that maybe we'll talk about on the other side.
Okay, Stephen A. He's going to share that with us. Let's just call him on speakerphone too. See what happens. We'll talk about that. And I want to get into the game. Just the brutally long but really, really exciting game last night between the Suns and the Clippers. Of course, the Suns go up 10-0, and you can make the joke. The Clippers got them right where they want them. We'll talk about that as D'Lo and Casey continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. You've been hearing us singing the praises of McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin for months now. If you tuned in to the NBA Draft Lottery special on Twitch and YouTube, you even saw us sipping on a little bit of it. Now, we want to know what you're drinking with your McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin cocktails. Share your recipes with us. Tag us, whether it's on Instagram, at DLMKC, at McQueen Violet Fog. You could share them with us on social media, on Twitter, Facebook, whatever your favorite platform is. We want to know what recipes you're mixing up with McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin. This Brazilian gin is produced in limited batches. Hopefully you've had it by now. It's extraordinary. You can get it at drizzly.com. You can grab it while you're out at Bevmo or Total Wine or whatever your local retailer is. While you're there, by the way, that bamboo cream we've been talking so much about for the last few weeks, it's on shelves, and it's on shelves today. Our man Warren already went and grabbed 2 bottles. Go grab your bottle of McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin. Send us that recipe. Go grab your bottle of bamboo cream. Just go to drizzly.com. You might even be able to have it delivered to you. After 500 years, it's time for a new gin. It's time for McQueen and the Violet Fog. KIFM reminds you, be responsible. Don't drink and drive.
Oh, man.
Come on.
Big dog. All love. Terrence, I agree. I said it when I made the pick. Jalen Johnson does not feel secure if he comes here. But those other guys, the Francis Wagner's, Dakota Crisper, like I said, you can get those guys anywhere, anytime. They're not special. They don't have the potential to be special, in my opinion, the way Jalen Johnson does. Yeah, he is from Wisconsin. I'm sure him and Tyrese knows of him for sure. I would assume, although Tyrese is a couple years older, but I'm sure
these young dudes probably been in the same circles for a long time.
And somebody like Jalen has been the 5-star recruit since he was a freshman. So,
hey, Chicken Feet, where you been? What's up, man? It's good to see you. Chicken Feet. Uh-oh. Look at Warren dipping in early. Bro, that's a dangerous game you're playing right there, Warren. Dangerous.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Yo, Roddy, you won? Wait, for real, Roddy?
He said in 2018.
Oh. That's what I get for looking at these. Not sure why. That's what I get for looking at these old messages.
I want to ask a question. Would you guys and Damien, I'll ask you too, would you trade for Rudy Gobert?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Wow. Definitely would.
Absolutely. Oh God. You in trouble, boy. Kamara on the line.
Isn't he a Duke fan? Didn't you say that?
Kamara.
Maybe you didn't say that.
No, that's Karin. Karin's a
yeah.
Duke fan. James Ham set to join us coming up here at 3:20. Your next chance to win $1,000 coming up at 2:20. We're going to dive into the game last night with the Suns and the Clippers. Word is Chris Paul will be back for game number 3. The Boston Celtics have a new head coach. We'll talk about that as well. 916-349-1320. If you want to get in on the conversation, my man Kamara wants to get in on the conversation all the way from Orlando. I don't think he likes KC's draft, and I'm interested to hear what Kamara thinks about this pick. Kamara, what's good?
Actually, I agree with KP.
Whoa.
Man, come on.
That's a sentence he's never used with me.
I've never used that. I was shocked. I don't think the Kings should draft a Franz Wagner or anybody that's a safe pick. I think at this point, either you move up in the draft and try to get ahead of Oklahoma City and go for a guy like Scotty Barnes, or you package that pick and you go after an all-star. I mean, the guy I really wanted the Kings to go after is the fire sale in Minnesota with Carl Anthony Towns. I like that too. Yeah.
But I don't know what the fire sale.
Well, I just think, Minnesota, they're moving in a different direction. I think the ownership is in transition. I think you have to try to take advantage of that situation. He's an all-star, young player. His trajectory matches up with De'Aaron, and I think it frees up the lineup. I think if you can move Buddy, I don't know if they'll take that, but if you move Buddy and the number 9 pick, I don't even think they're in this draft this year because of their trade with Golden State. So I think they have, if they're enticed by a player, you play off that and see if we can actually, get them to bite. I mean, but there's no play. Honestly, this is why I wanted the Kings to tank. I know Casey was against this during the year, but I wanted them to tank because you wanted them to at least finish within a top 5, because I think it's really a 4 or 5 player draft. I love Scotty Barnes. I've always loved him. I'm out here in Florida. I watched the game. I think he actually fits perfectly with the Kings. But, certain things happen. He may drop tonight, but I highly doubt it. I doubt he drops. But if they can't move up in the draft and get us to number 6, then you package that and you go after a fringe all-star player with a big contract and make the move. Not Ben Simmons, though.
Hey, man. I'm mad at Ben Simmons. Everybody hate Ben Simmons. Host of the Uncultured Bias podcast, by the way. Check that out. Uncultured Bias over on the Be Heard podcast platform. Search it wherever you get podcasts, including the Odyssey app. Casey, go ahead.
Appreciate you, man. The whole thing, and that's the tanking and all this other stuff. I get it. I understand the idea. I wouldn't do it. I'm not doing it. And also, one of the reasons why I said I wasn't doing it was you weren't catching those guys that ended up finishing ahead of you. Like we said a long time. You weren't catching OKC. You weren't catching Houston. Houston won what, 16 games this year?
They were a disaster.
17 games. Detroit won 20. You weren't catching those guys. Like you can lose.
They just weren't that bad enough.
No.
Which is fine. I don't want to watch a team that is that bad.
Yeah, absolutely.
I get they're bad, but damn.
Man, nobody trying to see all that. So, I mean, that's where the tanking thing goes away. I would love to, just as much as anybody, I love to trade for Karl Anthony Towns and all these guys. But if Karl Anthony Towns is on the trading block, I would think somebody has a more attractive package for Minnesota than what the Kings will be able to offer. That's the thing people forget. Like, yeah, there's a lot of guys that you'd want to go out and get, but if they're out there now, you're competing against, unless you're doing it on super hush hush, you're competing against the rest of the league. And to be honest with you,
do it DeMarcus Cousins style. Don't tell anybody and just trade him. Lock in on one player like Buddy Hield and just trade him. That's what Minnesota should do because it works super well. That's what Minnesota should do.
Shots of
as a matter of fact, we have Buddy Hield. If you want to stick with the trend of trading big men for Buddy Hield, we can do that. Don't tell anybody.
Shots at Vladdy.
I'm just saying, it may not have been at Vladdy. It could have been at somebody else in the organization. I don't know. But I always felt like my opinion was always the same. If you had just said, you know what, DeMarcus Cousins, we're trading him, you would have had a massive 24 hours of phone calls to field, and you could have picked.
So what do you realistically? I want to touch on that for just a second. What do you think you would have got? Because they got a first round pick, and they Buddy Hield,
which they got wrong. They probably could have gotten multiple first round picks and a better player than Buddy Hield.
You think they would? Okay, so and I know we have this discussion all the time about like people that are going to be free agents or something like that. But if I'm Boston, why am I doing that?
Back then?
Yeah.
I'm confident Danny Ainge wanted DeMarcus Cousins.
I'm confident Danny Ainge ain't going to give nothing up, though. He probably wouldn't even give a first round pick.
So this conversation's dumb only because I can't remember. Didn't he just have a treasure trove of assets back then?
And he
like
never trades.
But at that particular time, though,
he had some first round picks. So maybe you get 2. You get Boston's first round pick. The team.
You know what the truth is?
Here's
the thing. This is a dumb conversation for no other reason than Vlade wouldn't have known what he could have traded. Jaylen Brown. I don't even know if Jaylen Brown was on the roster at the time. He could have traded whoever. It wouldn't have mattered because Vlade doesn't know how to evaluate talent, which is why we're in the situation that we're in. It wouldn't have mattered. None of it would have mattered. He could have opened it up to the whole league. Whole league would have been like, the whole league could have been with the exception of it could have been like an expansion draft. We're protecting LeBron. We're protecting Chris Paul. We're protecting blah, 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 blah. He would have give me Nick Stauskas and Buddy Hield. Though those don't exactly feel like his picks. So maybe there's the other problem with the organization. I'm just saying this. And someone asked here, wait, is that a thing? Is Minnesota really shopping Karl Anthony Towns? There's no indication that that's a thing.
Yeah, no, I don't think that happens.
Regardless of ownership change or the fact that they just continuously stink. Right now, there's no indication that that's a thing.
So while we're here talking about hypothetical possible trades, that probably won't happen. Can I get my Stephen A on real quick?
Yeah.
So a couple of things. I talked to a buddy of mine, NBA buddy of mine. I think he's still a coach. If not, he was coach last year. I'm about to go to another team. But he hit me up this morning and he goes, yo, if y'all don't take Moses Moody, I'm done with you guys. And I was like, man, I like Moses. I just did the mock. I got him going to Orlando. And he's like, oh man, that's a tough break. I hope it doesn't happen for you guys. And then I was like, well, what you think about Jalen Johnson? And he said, I'm not going to go word for word, but he basically said Jalen Johnson has all the talent in the world. Like any gym that he steps into, he's probably the best kid in the building. But you got issues with him working hard enough. And that frustrates the hell out of coaches. And you just don't know what you're getting with Jalen Johnson. He said he wouldn't touch him, but I'd take a chance on him. But then I randomly asked him about trades. I said, hey, man, what is there a market for Buddy and Bagley? And he said, sure there is. And absolutely. He said it's probably going to have to be a sign and trade situation. I was like, really? And he says, I was like, is it just for
trade situation?
Yeah. So what I got out of that is you're not going to get off. You're not going to clear any cap space or a whole lot of cap space trading Buddy. But if you get in a situation where like, yo, I'll sign and trade and we'll swap Buddy, that's a possibility. One name that we talked about on there, who I would love, I think it'd be great, is Spencer Dinwiddie. Spencer Dinwiddie in a sign and trade situation from Buddy Hield to Brooklyn. I love that. We were throwing out a bunch of hypotheticals. He also said unsolicited. This will make you happy. He said, man, Miles Turner, you could get him.
Okay.
Get him.
Okay.
And I was like, hell yeah, I'd take Miles Turner.
Did he express a value?
I think it was kind of in that Buddy conversation we had.
Okay.
So something like that.
Okay.
So there's that. He asked me we were just having a conversation. He was like, what do you think about Duncan Robinson? Would you do that for Duncan Robinson? I was like, I probably would. Sign and trade.
Buddy for
for
Marvin.
No. We didn't even talk about Marvin.
Oh, you're talking about Spencer Dinwiddie signing with Brooklyn. You're talking and trading.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I thought you were talking about Marvin. I was like, I don't get that. That's not going to work. That's not going to happen.
Mm-hmm. No. Buddy,
I got you now. I got you. My bad.
Didn't even sign and trade.
I got you. Okay. Yeah. Interesting.
I'd do that in a heartbeat. If that was really on the table, I'd take Spencer Dinwiddie. Now, one of the things here is, and what I've come to the conclusion to understand is, you're not going to get cap relief, I don't think, for Buddy Hield. I don't think that's going to be the way you move him. And it almost legally can't. Like, you got to take some salaries back. But I don't even think it'll be a salary where it's like an expiring or something like that. Buddy's got 2 years left on his deal. Mm-hmm. I think it might even be when you trade him, it's going to have to be for somebody that you deem as a better player or a better fit. and he's probably got a year. You're going to add a year on to. It's almost like adding a year on.
Yeah,
almost.
Yeah.
So I think that's the scenario.
So what you're saying is it's not going to go as smooth and perfectly as we have all laid it out in our trade machines in our fantasy leagues.
No, well, I mean that's pretty smooth. Sign and trade.
But it's not. It's not like we're clearing cap and we're getting ready to sign LeBron and draft Bronny. Which
I don't think you're clearing cap with Buddy Hield's deal or potential trade.
916-349-1320. I don't know why I say the phone number like I don't know what it is. 916-349-1320. Let's get our man Poker Pro in here. Poker Pro Eric, what's good, man?
Poker Pro.
Hey, Roddy got me dying in the chat talking about how Kenny's best friend goes by the name NBA Trade Machine. We all know how much Daniel loves that trade machine.
Sources close to the trade machine, tell us.
I can guarantee I have not been on a trade machine in a while.
I'll check that later after the show, maybe. But I remember I heard yesterday you were talking about Great America, callback to Beverly Hills Cop 3, by the way. And not to any of your surprise, probably, but Poker for Eric has a lifetime ban from the Great America in San Jose.
Wow.
No, not surprised at all.
Now, because you mentioned Top Gun, so this is a long time ago, but I actually broke Top Gun, and they had to bring out like fire departments to rescue people. It was pretty crazy. No one got hurt, nothing like that. But their
psyches got hurt.
How did you break an amusement park ride?
Okay, I'll make it quick.
That's like 25 stories in the air. Like, what do you mean you broke it?
So I wasn't on. There's two trains. One is always at the station while the other one's going around the track. Right? There's two trains. I was on the one that was finishing up the ride, coming back into the station. There's a pole near the end of the ride, kind of, you know, that lake you go, like a lake you go around.
Yeah.
Lake. Yeah, you come on into the station. You're still going pretty fast, and there's a pole that had a red button on it. Well, of course, Eric's guys are like, I'm going to press this button and see what it does.
Damn.
So I stuck my arm out as far as I could, and I would have got away with it, except for those darn meddling kids. But there was this one kid behind me. I was on the second to last car, and he narked me out because he saw me stick my arm out and press this button. It immediately shut down the entire ride, restarted the entire computer system. The other train got stuck like 100 feet up in the air.
Bruh.
No, bro.
You're to unload everybody.
That is a certified ban. I never want to see you at Great America again. You could have broke your arm. First of all,
that's what you're worried about?
Oh, no, I'm worried about being up top. I don't like heights. So I probably would have fought him. And once I got down from there, I probably would have fought him.
Which one? What? And you know what? Only knowing Poker Pro from the show, from the chat, yep. Adds up. Believe it. Young Poker Pro Eric earns a lifetime ban.
Put his picture at the little entrance door, please. Don't allow this man in here.
What was the name of that place in Beverly Hills Cop 3? Like, was it? I keep wanting to say Wally World, but that was
Vacation.
That was Vacation. I can't remember what it was in Beverly Hills. So, Jesse, Beverly Hills Cop 1, Beverly Hills Cop 2. You can skip Beverly Hills Cop 3.
Is there a good 3 anything?
Okay, despite like Godfather 3 is good.
Okay. All right.
It can get a little,
but
there's a certain storyline in it that's a little convoluted. It's not my favorite, but it's not a bad movie at all.
Rocky 3
is fantastic. Thunderlips. Hulk Hogan, brother. And Mr. T. Give me a break.
Mr. T was a star in that movie.
I'm being called to task for my Josue. Yes, it is. I have to say it like that, or I'll call his name isn't Jose, it's Josue. No, Beverly Hills Cop 3 is awful. Friday After Next, is that good? Next Friday and then Friday After Next. Which one's Friday Top Flight Security of the world? Which one's that?
I think that's Friday After Next.
Okay. I get
the next Friday they were in Rancho Cucamonga.
Ah, that's right. Rancho Cucamonga.
Friday After Next was pretty good. It was pretty good. I think that's when Cat Williams made his debut.
DeAndre Ayton, he made his debut on the playoff stage last night. He played pretty well in game number 1. He's played pretty well all postseason, but the accolades have gone to Devin Booker. They have gone to Chris Paul, but last night was DeAndre Ayton's night. A nice performance from him, a thrilling finish to a game that was absolutely brutal to watch for the final minute and 57. Clippers inbounded the ball down by 5 with a minute and 57 seconds left. The buzzer did not go off for 29 minutes and 2 seconds later. Absolutely brutal. There were 5 field goals in the last 90 seconds and 5 reviews in the last 90 seconds. I think it was 90 seconds. I think it was about 20 seconds later, 30 seconds later, when the Devin Booker Patrick Beverly play happened, that it felt like they reviewed for 29 minutes and 2 seconds alone.
How you feel about that play?
So I always thought I had heard the like who initiates the ball going out of bounds versus who actually. I have heard that before. But to me, Devin, and I guess maybe this is the inconsistency in how referees call it. Devin Booker hit the ball out of bounds, and let me rephrase that. The last person to touch the ball was Devin Booker, and I thought that was rather clear. So I don't know if that's why they overturned it, is because it was so clear. I don't know if they went against what they normally do. Here's what I will do, though. I'll credit Patrick Beverly for calling for a review, because I don't think they were. And I don't know how that like works in the NFL, because it feels like every 5 minutes someone's twirling their freaking finger in the air. But Patrick Beverly was like, it's under, I assume he was saying it's under 2 minutes. You got to look at it. You got to look at it. And I thought it was clear that Devin Booker hit the ball out of bounds. Now, that may not be the spirit of the rule, and maybe this is the first time that it's enforced. But to me, when I saw the replay, I was like, yo, Book hit that out. That's crazy.
It's absolutely not the spirit of the rule. I mean, that's like,
a rule is a rule, though. That's the part that I can't. That's the part that I'm failing to understand.
There's got to be a common sense rule.
If you're the last person to hit the ball out, though, if the rule is who touched it last, Booker did. Great, it's the Clippers' ball.
There's got to be a common sense clause in here somewhere. I mean, because the only reason, like, the ball was hit out by Patrick Beverly, and literally, like, gravity and science is the only reason why Booker was the last person to touch it.
So it's different if Booker knocks it, like in the same scenario, Booker hits it and it hits. Patrick Beverly hits it and it hits Devin Booker's foot.
That's out on Booker? But that's
why is it different?
Because if I'm dribbling the basketball and you're knocking it out of my hands and it skims my pinky finger, that's not out on Devin Booker. Literally it is, but that's not how the
rule isn't supposed to be literal.
Not in those cases. Come on, man.
You could get mad at me. I'm asking. Like, they went to the review. I didn't even know. Again, I feel like I had heard it before, but I thought that was more of bang bang plays. They called for a review. You look at the review, I feel like you have to determine Devin Booker hit the ball out. Or Devin Booker didn't hit the ball out, but Devin Booker was the last person to touch it.
Literally, you're right. Literally, they got the call right. I mean, that's it. That's not what this is supposed to be about. That's not what replay is supposed to be about. Nobody would look at that if Phoenix got the ball back and was like the Clippers got robbed. At least they shouldn't. That's not what that's about. That's not what that rule should be about. That's not what replay should be about.
Okay. I mean, it took, and that was, isn't that the play that led to Paul George?
Yeah,
missing free throws.
Yeah.
So the foul's committed. Paul George winds up missing.
Don't lie.
2 free throws. That's such a weird sequence of events. He's an 89% free throw shooter. He misses both. And then even the shot on the other end, it flew off the rim so aggressively, it left the Suns with it. The ball hits the rim in any other way, the game expired. The game ends with the ball likely in the air, but it hits the rim so aggressively, it leaves the Suns. What was it, 0.8 or something like that? 0.9.
I mean, I was. It's gonna sound crazy. I was switching TVs at the time, so the shot that
must be nice.
The shot that Mikal Bridges took, he took the shot, goes out of bounds, and I was like, oh snap, I got to go into this other room, turn that TV off, came back, they're taking the ball out. I didn't see the replay. When I saw the actual play, I was like, oh, there's almost no way that wasn't out on DeAndre Ayton. Nobody has said anything, so I'm guessing it was clearly off of Terrence Mann. I thought DeAndre Ayton, I mean, he's 20 feet taller than Terrence Mann. How he didn't touch that glass, I'll never know. But was it just cut and dry off of Terrence Mann there? Do you remember?
Yeah, no, I do remember, and I thought Terrence Mann hit it out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought Terrence Mann
nobody said anything. I literally didn't see the replay. And nobody said anything, so I guess it was clear. But when it first happened, I was like, "Oh yeah, for sure that went off of DeAndre Ayton." And I know they looked at it. They didn't take a long time, so I guess it was cut.
They looked at everything. I think they looked at plays from game one too. I think they might have been looking at plays from the regular season series. I don't really know what was going on there, but man, that was tough. That was a tough watch. As great as the game was, and the game was great with the Patrick Beverly, Devin Booker headbutt and the blood and the comparisons to Steve Nash and everything that was going on there, and just the flow of the game was really exciting. You got to those final 2 minutes, and it's like, Jesus Christ, Jackson, what is going on right now?
So let me ask you, maybe we can talk about it, on the other side. But what do you do about that?
Probably nothing, because it's the playoffs and you have to get it right.
I think there's something you can do.
Oh, okay.
I think it's kind of clear, and they should do it all the time. All these people should do it. I don't know why they haven't done it yet. It's clear as day.
You want to save that for the other side, or do you want to share now? Is it a lengthy explanation or a short explanation? I feel like I know what direction you're going, but I realize I never know what direction you're going, so I don't know.
We'll talk about it on the other side.
Okay, let's talk about it on the other side. And I'm going to pull up a tweet here for those in the chat house. We can also we'll talk about Ime Udoka. We're going to congratulate the first head coach of color for the Celtics. Wait, what? That's from our man Jay Will.
Haven't they had like three?
I want to point out, like, we're big fans of Jay Williams, but what? The first head coach of color for the Boston Celtics, and even more importantly, is one talented individual who has paid his dues. Like, I know y'all don't like Doc Rivers, but damn. Like, it wasn't a lifetime ago that Doc Rivers was the head coach of the Boston Celtics.
I mean, they've had three before. Okay.
The first head coach, he's had to have deleted this tweet. I have to find his latest activity on Twitter. There's no way Jay Will has left that tweet up, man. We'll step out. We'll come back. We'll talk about the Celtics' new head coach. We'll talk about, we have mentioned Stephen A. Smith. We've been telling Stephen A. Smith jokes all day. We'll talk about what he did. And Kenny will fix the replay system. That's all coming up. Plus another opportunity for you to win $1,000 as D-Lo and Casey continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Everybody is talking. First of all, it's KC here. You guys know the voice, but everybody is talking about refinancing their homes. taking out equity, or getting mortgages because interest rates are currently below 3% APR. Now, before you do that, you have to go to GoCityCenter.com today if you want to get more information on that. I know my broker at City Center Financial is looking out for me and trying to get me the best rate possible by comparing offers from many banks to make sure I get the best deal. So your first step to refinancing or buying a home is got to start at GoCityCenter.com. That's GoCityCenter.com. At City Center Financial, you are in good hands with experts that have been successfully helping families with their refinance and home buying needs and goals for over 20 years now. So if you're thinking of refinancing to fix up your home or take out some of that equity, you have to reach out to City Center Financial first. That's at GoCityCenter.com. Rates could rise soon. So now is the time to get your free consultation with an expert at GoCityCenter.com today. City Center Financial, the most options and best rates. Cal BRE number 018375543, NMLS number 353383. Once again, got to slow it down at the end. Got to slow it down, especially since it's a new trade day.
Oh, new trade day. No longer a trade day. Arrivederci.
And,
so he just deleted the tweet.
He deleted and didn't even say my bad.
And didn't say nothing. I mean, Bill Russell did coach them, right? Like there's Bill, there's Doc, there's Casey Jones.
CelticsForLife.com says, wow, Jay Williams. First, did you forget about 5 NBA championship teams coached by Bill Russell, Casey Jones, and Doc Rivers? Tom Satch Sanders has also coached the C's, and ML Carr was both coach and GM.
My gosh.
But the funniest part to me is him just not even saying anything.
Oh my God. So is it time to cancel Darren Ravel? Can we cancel Darren Ravel?
What the hell did he do now?
Check your DMs. John just sent the oh God, Darren Ravel is the worst. My goodness, man. Just the worst. I can't believe Jay Williams actually tweeted that.
Come on, man. Come on,
and
man.
Fails regularly. Jay really need to post. He just needs to post like a "oops, my bad."
Wow, Darren Ravel is a clown, bro. He is a clown.
So Jay Williams' last tweet is a quote tweet for Chris Haynes, and it says "game changer." Somebody replied, "First point guard of color to play for the Suns. Amazing story." Oh man. Spectacular. Yes, indeed. We hope you're having a great day, and we can say with damn near certainty your day is better than our man Jay Williams. Jay Williams tweeted and subsequently deleted a quote tweet of Adrian Wojnarowski announcing that the Boston Celtics are finalizing an agreement to hire Brooklyn Nets assistant Ime Udoka as the franchise's new head coach. Jay Williams says, the first head coach of color for the Celtics. And even more importantly, he is one talented individual who has paid his dues. Now, everything he wrote after the raised fist is accurate. But the first head coach of color for the Boston Celtics, oh, that's rough. That's rough because Doc Rivers is actually still alive and in the league. And his title gets talked about perhaps more than any other title in recent memory. But also, you have arguably the most beloved player in the history of the National Basketball Association who was also a coach there. I think we counted 5.
Yeah.
Because we immediately, obviously, there's Doc. You know Doc out the gate. You know Bill Russell. Casey Jones is there. There are a couple other guys that I'm a little less familiar. ML Carr.
Tom Sanders.
They all that's 5. Jay, bruh, what are you doing? I think, hey, it's not an accident. Jay Will, Bart Scott, Jay Will, Bart Scott. Sometimes y'all just be saying stuff, man. And the great thing is, and by great, I mean freaking hilarious. Jay Will deleted it, and then nothing. Just quote tweeted the Chris Haynes article about Chris Paul being back. So he wrote, he quote tweeted the Phoenix Suns article and says game changer. And then a particularly smart ass individual who has to be a listener of this show replied, first point guard of color to play for the Suns. Amazing story.
It might have been Roddy because Roddy does a great job of pointing out. Can we give some respect to the first black man to play in the major leagues, Barry Bonds?
Oh man, and he is getting absolutely destroyed in these replies. I mean, you can delete something, but you know it's living forever, right?
Oh man. Jeez.
I'm just looking to see what else is in here.
Yeah, Jay gonna have to wear that.
The first African American basketball player, Chris Paul, is making his rookie debut. Can't wait.
not a good 7 days for the big homies.
All bad. Yeah. Oh man.
Well,
we'll go ahead and run that J Will drop when we get back. Go ahead and drop the J Will sound when we get back. Oh man.
Before we went to break, I said I fixed this replay system because what'd you say?
Oh, good.
Last minute and how long? Took 29 minutes last night.
29 minutes and 2 seconds is what I have it clocked as.
The game time was what, a minute?
Minute 57.
That's unacceptable. It's unacceptable. But there's a clear way to fix these things, and it's been clear in not only the NBA but the NFL for me for a long time. You put a clock on the refs, and they make a call, and the whole thing is about indisputable for an overchange. And we're sitting at home. We can tell these things on 3 views what really happened. They should get no more than 3 views. They should get a minute to look at these replays. And if you can't tell in a minute, you got to stay with the call that was made out there. To me, it's not indisputable if you can't tell in more than a minute.
So how much of the actual reviewing is happening by the officials on the floor, and how much is happening in Secaucus? How much is happening in the replay center?
I don't know the percentage wise, but they are looking at it in the review center as well. But even that should be on the clock.
Okay, so that's what I was going to say. So the whole process has to fall on. It has to fall on the review center to get it done and to get it done quickly.
Yeah, I mean, we're watching a broadcast, and they play back replays within 15 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Like it shouldn't. They're in this super replay center. It should take nothing to rewind. It's taking 2 seconds to rewind, and you get all these views, all these looks. Once they blow the whistle after doing a circle around thing, blow the whistle that they're going to review, start that minute clock. They got a minute to figure this out.
Well, let them get to the table first.
Review centers already started watching.
Okay, good point. Okay.
They got a minute to figure this out. If you once again, if you can't tell in a minute, it's not indisputable.
Okay. I'm fine with that.
And I don't know why they take so long. Even if they would have had a minute to do all this stuff yesterday, the last 2 minutes would have took what? 5 minutes? 10 minutes max?
Well, you still would have had time. I mean, here's what it wouldn't have taken. It wouldn't have taken a half hour.
No, hell no.
I mean, the end of close games always take a long time because you're working timeouts, fouls, different things, which is fine. That's part of the flow of the game. 5 replays and 5 particularly long replays. And the issue with that, and I like your idea. I think that's a good idea. Doesn't the NFL have that?
They say they do, but
exactly.
They take like 5 minutes for a minute and 30-second clock.
That's it. And announcers constantly bitch about it. I don't know what they're looking at. This is a particularly long, especially if it's like Al Michaels.
No, I was about to say, Troy Aikman says that a lot.
Oh, Troy. Yeah, Troy.
I'm not sure what they're looking at here, Joe.
Troy always act like he's flying commercial and he's got a flight to catch. Like, fam, you got the Fox plane. Relax. You're going to get home.
I'm not sure what the
do that. Joe's quick to throw a smart aleck remark in there too.
Wow.
I like Joe Buck. I know people don't, but I do. I don't know. I find it sounds of joy. Joe and Troy are soothing to me.
You know me. I'm one of those guys. I'm not bothered by any of these announcements.
That's facts. You will enjoy a Reggie Miller game. Yes, you will.
Reggie's funny. Reggie is funny. Do we have Reggie here? Oh no, we have to pull him. Yeah, don't worry about it.
Hey, I'm always down to pull up Reggie. Like, hey, man, I know what time it is. I don't know why I don't have that on the soundboard. You know what the truth is? I need a day off just so I can reprogram the soundboard. I think we should take a day off.
Take 2.
I think we should take next Friday off, but only if we find suitable substitutes. So we're putting the pressure on Danny in San Francisco for suitable substitutes. Now, Whitey and Kyle are suitable substitutes. Yeah. They're also busy. We literally took Kyle from his job to come do this show.
Right.
Trying to think of a couple people who could fill in for us for an entire 4 hours while we're gone. Do you have any ideas? Drop them in the chat. If you're on Twitch or YouTube, post them on social media. If you can think of 2 people who might be able to fill in for D'Lo and KC if we took next Friday off.
Do that. You know, another
unrelated. Deuce and Mo join us tomorrow at 1:47. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, they're back. Back.
You know
another issue I have, and this is not. I mean, I'm not trying to disparage the Suns at all. They won an epic game. That's an all-time game in Phoenix Suns history. They should be happy. I was definitely rooting for the Clippers. I was definitely watching that full on. Let's go when PG was doing what he was doing. Right, like I'm all in on the Clippers, but it's all good. It's not a big deal.
Can I point out real quick before you continue? There was a play before the free throws. Paul George had an incredible, like he had his eye on the basket and he went at it.
Come on, man. That was a phenomenal close to that game.
Incredible. Yeah. It's just the free throws didn't. Just those free throws were a problem. But don't let it get lost. The play before you, it was such a great play by Paul George.
Absolutely. He was clutch up until the final moments. But
well.
But I don't think this is this hard to do. They should not be able to huddle up during these reviews. Like that should no. It's just, and it's extra timeout. They should not be able to huddle up. You take the 5 guys that are on the court, you put them on the sideline completely across the bench.
I got you.
And that's where they got to stay. They got 3 refs over there at the scores table or whatever, or hell, put another ref there to make sure that's controlled. But these guys, and it's not a Phoenix Suns thing. They do it all the time, and they steal a timeout and they can draw up these plays and stuff like that. they should not be allowed to go to the bench and meet with the coaches and go over plays and all this other stuff.
I get it.
I think that's ridiculous.
Yeah, I get it. It also comes across as like if you call for a review, you could steal a timeout.
Absolutely.
And I actually thought initially, and obviously we know this is very much not true. I thought initially you couldn't do that. But I guess the one thing you can't do is you can't substitute. That's what you can't do. I thought you couldn't huddle, but that was blown up last night.
That's probably the rule, but they never enforce it. The refs.
Well, that's a huge rule that you have to enforce, though, because all you have to do to steal an extra timeout. How is calling for a review? Even the play obviously has to be close enough. But how is, trying to put doubt in an official's mind, say, no, you got to review it. You got to review it. Any different than Jason Kidd spilling soda on the floor?
Hit me.
Yeah, it's the same thing. You're stealing a timeout. He was fined for that.
Yeah.
That's egregious, but he was fined for it. I mean,
that was funny.
Oh, that was hilarious. That's all time. I just don't see them being very different.
I agree. No, you're 100% right. And I think that once again, that's an easy fix. Like just put the guys on the opposite sides of the bench. They can stay on their halves of the court. Like the Clippers, they're on the side of the court where their bench is, just on the opposite sideline. Same with the Suns. But like, why? I don't know how they don't think that that's an advantage. It's clearly an advantage.
Well,
it's ridiculous.
I mean, you talk about it being an advantage. I want to continue with that. You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. Thanks for hanging out with us on the Odyssey app. Kenny's in the comments over there on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. I have a feeling I know which one you just read. I
didn't read any. I just watched Jason Kidd.
Oh, you're watching Jason Kidd spill the soda. That's such a great line. That's such a great highlight. I was laughing at comments earlier here. This one in particular from Gabriel, where we were talking about people who could fill in for us, and he got his Jay Will on saying Katie Christensen could do it. She'd be the first woman to be on the radio. Be a historic moment. Congratulations. Oh man. Oh, I see. I just need to close the comments here. This guy, I can't. I don't know why I ask y'all to do anything. Y'all don't know how to act. And I got your chance to win $1,000. You're going to get rewarded for your bad behavior. You've got a chance to win $1,000 coming up in 9 minutes. We'll have that keyword for you.
That would be like Shawn and Brett. Shawn Michaels and Bret Hart linking up.
What would be?
Oh, you closed the chat.
I very much closed the comments. What would be? Oh, this one. No. D'Lo doesn't. D'Lo works with Kenny. That's it. That's it. D'Lo is
Brett with a little sit down.
We're not doing the show with anyone from Florida. I assure you.
Oh man.
We should just be pretty soon. We're just going to be a streaming show at the rate we're going. We're just going to be on YouTube and Twitch. I forgot what I don't even know what. Oh, the review thing, the timeout. Had they not reviewed the Ayton, had they not reviewed the rebound, I don't know if that play would have been drawn up.
No, you don't know. You don't have time.
That play was drawn up during that timeout.
Absolutely.
And I just want to repeat this over and over and over again. Jay Crowder is the dude, man. He lobs that ball up there for DeAndre Ayton. He obviously knows the rule. Just get the ball anywhere near the basket. It doesn't matter if it's over the cylinder or not. I can't shoot from out here. Just get the ball in the vicinity. He did just that. Ayton got it. And I heard DeAndre Ayton, I was going to say I heard him tell a great story, but I think it was on the Zoom call when he was meeting with the media. He said the idea was, which is I think what all of us thought, was Booker to pop out. Well, on the pick, he basically went untouched. So because he went untouched, and this is something I never would have thought about, as the play was moving, because he went untouched, he stayed in perfect stride. And he said last night, the reason I was able to get up the way that I did is because I wasn't bumped. I was never thrown off my path. I was never had to regain my balance. I never had to do anything. I just kept moving in a swift motion, and I knew if the ball was in the area, I was going to be able to catch it because I was absolutely going to be able to jump over whoever was there. And he did just that. I mean, I mean, that's such an underrated thing that I never would have thought about. The fact that he never got hit, never lost his stride, just came right around, caught the ball where Jay Crowder put it. Boom. Didn't celebrate, was looking to the officials, Everyone celebrating around him. He's still looking dead at the officials. And still my favorite, Jay Crowder just puts his hands up in the air, just puts one hand up in the air, a la Larry Bird, and walks off the floor. I thought that was awesome.
He made a great play. And for somebody that, you know, in myself, once again, as much as I bury hordes, you know, pat myself on the back, I thought I knew damn near everything about basketball. I learned something last night. I learned that can't be, I didn't know that can't be a goaltend, you know, in that situation. And that's smart that all those guys, Monty Williams, Crowder, Ayton, all those guys knew it, or somebody reminded them, like, if it's there, don't worry about that. Just put it in. Like that can't goaltend. You know, some of the guys on the Clippers first, and they said, no, that's a goaltend.
Well, it makes complete sense.
Yeah,
because you can't shoot from out of bounds.
Right. Absolutely. So that was a great heads up play call and acknowledgement by all those guys. We got to talk about it.
I just want to repeat. I know. I just want to repeat. I love Jay Crowder, but go ahead.
Shout out
I just wanted to repeat it.
Well, see, you know,
I know where we're going, so I wanted to say something positive.
Shout out Jay Crowder, but Damian, you know, the kind of guy that I am, when I latch on to something or somebody, you know, I ride with them.
Yeah, like me with Monty Williams.
I was riding with the Clippers, so I wasn't going for the Suns, and I was upset that the Suns won.
Oh,
I wasn't happy about that.
Okay,
wasn't happy about that at all. I'm telling you, the Queen B will tell you, I was out there. PG was hitting some big buckets with under a minute to go. Let's go, PG. Let's go. Like you would have thought I was Clipper.
Why are you that invested?
I don't like Phoenix, man.
You
know what this one goes back to, dude?
You just make stuff up. You're Michael Jordan. That's what you are. You just look for reasons to be mad at somebody.
I didn't like him in '93. I didn't like him in '93. I was a Bulls fan at the time, and you know, I wasn't feeling Phoenix from way back then.
How many? 27 years ago? I
wasn't feeling Phoenix.
Okay.
I don't like the Suns.
27 years ago.
Yeah,
what about Steve Nash, Amari Stoudemire, Sean Merritt? You hated them too?
Now you open up even more wounds because people, Steve Nash and 7 seconds or less, and D'Antoni, they changed the game. They excuse me, the Kings fall off and die. The early 2000s Kings fall out and die. They changed the game.
Well, they kind of did.
The Warriors. What the hell did the Suns ever win? The Warriors, they got it from those Steve Nash teams. Excuse me, Chris Webber, Vlade Divac, Jason Williams. These guys didn't exist.
But why?
The disrespect.
Wait a minute. So I just want to be clear. I just want to make sure I understand this. I'm trying to get inside the head of Kenny Caraway. The Suns were saying that about themselves?
No, the league was, man.
What do you mean mad at the league? Why are you mad at the Suns?
I don't like the Suns.
Okay. All right, you're gonna be real unhappy here in a couple days.
I ain't gonna be.
Don't make me root for the Suns. Don't make me root for the Suns to win a championship.
They ain't winning no championship. Once my boy Giannis.
Oh, you're doing that again?
Once my boy Giannis gets a hold of them, they ain't winning no championship.
Oh my God. So okay, so in one fell swoop, you crapped on Phoenix, but you also crapped on Atlanta.
I mean, what? You know, I love Giannis. You know, I'm going for the Bucks. I love Giannis.
I can't keep track. I know you had the Clippers. You did. I remember you had the winner of the Bucks Nets coming out of you had the winner of that series.
Part of that is because I think the Bucks are the best team left, but also Giannis is my guy. I love him.
And for those that are wondering, I got my bottles. Don't worry about that. Oh, the wager has been paid off. I got my bottles. I didn't forget. In fact, that's the only reason I invited Kenny over Saturday night. I was like, hey, come over, KC. Bring some bottles with you. Like, I'll take these. Yeah, he fell for it. Banana in the tailpipe.
Phoenix, I mean, like you mentioned earlier, though, Clippers may have them right where they want them. But Phoenix probably going to the NBA Finals. And good for Chris Paul. Love Chris Paul, whatever. I don't like Phoenix, man. I don't like the Suns.
You just got hot all of a sudden. Can you show some? What about? I know.
Oh yeah, I know what I said. Go ahead though.
But I know we got to talk about Boogie, and everything that went wrong there. But that was Phoenix's 9th straight win.
They are cooking.
So damn. Like, this is they're just playing phenomenal.
They are cooking.
And Paul George, again, you could absolutely be frustrated with him missing free throws, but he has had a really good postseason, and he's been great since Kawhi Leonard has been out. DeAndre Ayton is, in the background of Chris Paul and in the background of Devin Booker. But you talk about a guy emerging as a star, emerging as a big time player. That was his 5th 20-10 game this postseason. He shot 70% yesterday. Talk about knowing your strengths, knowing what you're good at. There was that game with Giannis where he never, I don't think he ever left the paint. Like, his average distance on shot was like 5 feet. Dude, that's DeAndre Ayton.
And he knows his role. And
he's very good at it.
One thing that I think about too.
Hold off on that. I want to know exactly. I want to know exactly what you think about it. But first,
Here comes the money.
Hey, hit it one more again. Hey, one more time.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
It's time for the Summer of Cash contest. Here's your chance to win $1,000. Text the code word microphone to 72881. That's a microphone fiend. Text microphone to 72881. This is a multi-state contest. Message and data rates apply. And remember, don't text and drive. You have another opportunity to win $1,000. Coming up at 3:10, you have an opportunity to win $1,000. 10 minutes past the hour. Every hour that D'Lo and Casey are on the air Monday through Friday. It's the Summer of Cash contest here with ESPN 1320. Again, your next chance to win coming up 1 hour from now. James Ham joining us 1 hour and 10 minutes from now. Now, partner, sorry to interrupt you, but go ahead.
Oh, you're good. You're good. Even though I forgot what I was saying.
I think we were talking about DeAndre Ayton, and you were going to mention
DeAndre Ayton, and he's playing great. He's producing. But one of the things that I think about when I watch him, and it's no getting around it right now. Everybody's talking about the people from the class of 2018 doing real well, and Marvin Bagley's the one that is not. And I watch DeAndre Ayton, and I say, you know what? They give him the ball. They look for him. Yeah. What I always say about Marvin, he got to get the scraps all the time. And I don't know if Marvin would be able to do 20 and 10 every night. I'm not trying to say that, but they look for DeAndre Ayton. They run plays that are like, yo, we about to feed him, and they feed him in the paint. They don't ask him to do anything other than what he's supposed to do, and they look for him in the paint. And I just hope next year, if Marvin Bagley's here, that's part of what this team tries to do. That's part of what De'Aaron Fox and Tyrese Halliburton try to do. Feed him the rock, man. Get him the ball. They get DeAndre the ball, he produces. Get Marvin the ball. See if he produces. So,
Where's the ideal spot for Marvin?
I always thought he was a power forward, but it might be center.
So,
it might be center. I always thought on the defensive end, he wouldn't be able to do well guarding bigger guys like a Joker or maybe an Ayton or something like that. But offensively, I think that's where he probably flourished the most.
Is it offensively? Is he best in the restricted area? Is he best in this? I'll just call it now the DeAndre Ayton area.
Yeah, and I think he can slide out a little more, a little
further
15 feet away. Like, you can get the ball to him 15 feet away at the top, at the free throw line, on the wings, and let him operate on a big guy there, and let him go to work.
My man Rob asked me a great question on social media. Rob Carter, if you're listening, this was a great idea. I'm going to steal the question that you asked me and bring it here to the conversation. A couple of other quick hits that we got to get to as well. NBA playoff ratings are up. All right, we'll get into that. And bruh, this pitchers and umpires, the TSA check.
Come on, man. No, this is getting out of. This is really getting.
Can't lie. I'm enjoying the hell out of it. We'll talk. And was Tom Brady throwing shade on Jimmy Garoppolo?
Probably.
I don't think so. I'll explain as D'Lo and Casey continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. You need to get up?
Yeah, let me slide up real quick.
Here comes the money. Appreciate y'all being in here, man. We in here deep. How many on YouTube? Okay, 102 on YouTube. Let's get them thumbs up. I don't know where we're at. Y'all might have already hit them thumbs up already, man. But please keep them coming. Stay important for us. Stay important for us. Keep hitting those thumbs up. I'm curious for those who are hanging out today. There you go. Okay. Let's get them thumbs up in there. And if you're not a subscriber yet, please become one. Like chicken feet. We haven't seen chicken feet in a while. The people who just kind of tune in, maybe they're not locked in every day. Maybe they're not like John and Leezy and Roddy and Ramsey and that crew right there and Co and everybody. Do y'all tune in like mostly like if there's like a big King story, or if like there's King's news, or like we got the draft lottery, or maybe if there's like a big sports story? I'm just curious what brings I'm gonna turn on D-Lo and KC today, or is it random? Genuinely just wondering. I like Kenny's setup, man. Kenny's setup is so clean. I've been doing this. I can't lie, man. I'm telling y'all the truth. I've been doing this. Right on, Patrick. Sometimes I wonder if I do too. I've been doing this whole show hella sad. That house I went to see on Thursday, man. The lady emailed me and she was like, "I'm so sorry. You know, I got my girls, man." And she was like, "We've gone back and forth with the owner, but he just doesn't like having two dogs in the house, and it's an investment property." And it's like, yo, man, I got you. Like, I was gonna spruce this house up, but she was like, we can't. And then she actually emailed me later in the show and sent, something that didn't kill off all of my hope. But this house was so dope, man. It was so dope. I was so heartbroken when that email came, and that email came at like 11:59, and I was gonna live 5 minutes from John. Me and John would have been hanging out every day, twice on Sunday. So yeah, that killed me. She gave me a little bit of hope as the show went along, but it's kind of a long shot. That was painful. I'm going to cut this clip and send it to her and see if I can make her feel guilty. And maybe if I can get her to send this clip to the owner. Be like, yo, look, you broke this man's heart. Like, he was supposed to be neighbors with John Bull. That way I could post nicer pictures on social media. John would take them all. Oh, appreciate you, Donovan. Good comment. Okay, I appreciate it. Dude, right? That man, that was tough. Hey, Matt, true story. I've told Matt, first of all, Matt, like, why aren't you doing a regular podcast? You were one of the first people I asked, like, why aren't you doing a regular podcast? 2, Danny in San Francisco is very aware of both you and Sean. I have passed your names along to Danny in San Francisco. Okay. Appreciate that. Thank you. Oh, Bobby listening at work and lunch. Okay.
Hey, what up, Bobby?
Good stuff.
I do what I want to do.
Poker Pro tuned in for the mock draft. I get it.
Every Wednesday.
Oh yeah, Brian's always here. I don't think he's sent anything negative about Buddy in a couple of days. Sorry, I went speechless for a second. For those watching on the stream, that's going to be happening a lot moving forward. 916-349-1320 if you want to get in on the phone lines. Come hang out with us. Hang out on Twitch, man. YouTube been strong today, too. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320, YouTube.com/ESPN1320. There's this strange phenomenon. It's not strange. We know exactly how it works. But when the show ends, like when the show ends on the radio, if you're listening on 1320 AM or if you're listening on the Odyssey app, there's this strange thing that happens. The show ends and Kenny and I hang out and talk a little bit on Twitch, YouTube. Normally, most days we hang out, we talk, we do a little post show. Normally we just talk a bunch of trash. But what happens is like a station in Chicago or our friends at 95.7 The Game, they like sign off and all of their viewers come over to us. So we're getting ready to leave. Like the show is very much over, but we have this massive streaming audience where all of a sudden we feel like we have to entertain strangers. It's like a bunch of people walk into your house and it's like, here, entertain me.
Yeah.
And so we'll be getting ready to go. Let's go get some food, go take the dogs for a walk, whatever it may be. And all of a sudden there's 250 people who just joined.
People come in here.
And there we are. It happens like almost every day at 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. We want y'all here every day. Subscribe, thumbs up, hearts. We don't care if it's Odyssey. We don't care if you're old school, you're 1320 AM, YouTube. It doesn't matter. We're just happy that you're here riding with us, man. It's a big deal. And for everyone who tuned into the lottery show to watch our disappointment live, to share your disappointment with us live, man, that's family.
That was fun too.
Because we all took an L yesterday. Major League Baseball's taking an L too.
Before that, I know you saw how close they were to the #1 pick. Did you see that?
Yeah, so you want to explain that? Jill sent me.
I can't really explain it. I don't know. But
Jill, can we call you and you explain to us? So I got this apparently. I don't know how
I tried to think about it and put it into words. I can't. I just know they were
really
one ping pong ball off from getting the #1 pick. I think their number needed to come up 4 times. It came up 3 times. And the number that came up instead of the one that they needed was like 1 number off or something like that. It was about as close.
It was a literal lottery.
Yeah,
like we were one. So what Kenny is saying is, if this all isn't painful enough, and by the way, for the tank crowd, suck it. This was a literal Powerball.
Yep,
and we were one number away from winning the jackpot.
Jill says in the chat there was 1,000 scenarios, and the Kings had 4 of the final options available out of 11.
And that has nothing to do with the fact that they won 31 games. It has to do with how the ping pong balls popped out. And instead, we got 9.
Hell, who was the worst team in basketball this year?
Houston.
What pick did they get?
I got 2. They got 2.
Didn't get 1.
Got to.
We'll see what happens with Detroit, man. Like I said earlier, I'm expecting them to be the way y'all be talking. Y'all know who you are. I expect them to be in the Eastern Conference Finals at least in 5 years.
I still can't believe people think tanking is the way to go. It is just so John has the breakdown on Twitter. We'll go check out, see what John's got on Twitter. Should have known that he would. Jill sent me something, and I'll be honest, I didn't understand what it said. I mean, I could see it. I just don't know how to convey it. I just don't know how to convey it in a proper way. Let's get to Ramsey here. Now, and Ramsey's going to lead us right into this. We've got to address DeMarcus Cousins, by the way. We have skated past that in our praise for everybody else. 916-349-1320. Ramsey, what's going on, baby?
Not too much. I mean, when you sparked the whole conversation talking about the whole Max Scherzer and sticky substances.
Hilarious.
Last night. I mean, Joe Girardi was about to get swung on.
It looked like it.
He was 2 seconds away from getting swung on by Max Scherzer, Dave Martinez, and possessed the whole entire Washington Nationals dugout.
Yeah. And he got thrown out anyway, didn't he?
Yeah, he ended up getting thrown out. I want to say like 6th or 7th inning, but that was after he had the umpires check Scherzer 3 or 4 times because he quote unquote said he looked suspicious because he was rubbing his hair. Scherzer explained it was a cold night. He wasn't sweating, and the only place he'd get sweat from was his head to get a little bit of grip.
That's spectacular.
I mean,
that is so great. I don't know that I believe either one of them.
I don't blame these pitchers. I mean, I know I was Garrett Cole, all this other stuff. Yeah, they don't need to be cheap, but this is damn ridiculous. This is damn ridiculous. Dare I say, it's getting ridiculous.
Oh, thank you, DeMarcus. Thank you, DeMarcus.
the major issue that people fail to realize is the grip part, not the sticky stuff, but even trying to get sweat for grip is to try to get control. And if you don't have control, these balls might be going places where they shouldn't be going, including hitting batters.
Ramsey, we appreciate you as always. I don't understand. So I don't know. Call me crazy. Why not make a baseball that these guys can actually grip?
Well, I don't know. And to be honest with you,
or why not just say, yeah, using this stuff isn't cheating?
I mean,
what are we doing?
I'm the type of person where I never understood powder or rosin.
And Scherzinger was complaining about that yesterday.
He was complaining about the rosin bag.
What he was saying is the reason he kept rubbing his hair the way Ramsey was talking about right there is that he got tired of licking his fingers and tasting rosin. And that was the only way that he could grip the ball.
And was he going to the rosin bag? Like I don't know.
Apparently,
I know people say that helps you get grip, but like the same thing in basketball. LeBron, the powder toss-ons. No, that doesn't help me grip. I need moisture. I need, lotion on my hands so I can grip the basketball, not powder. So same thing in baseball. They go to the rosin bag. I never understood how that helps you.
Well, isn't rosin almost
it's like powder from
salty?
What I
isn't it?
Maybe,
isn't it?
Maybe
so now it gives you a little bit more of a.
I always looked at the rosin bag as powder, basically.
Okay.
That would dry your hands out. But I mean, this is, once again,
it's getting ridiculous. It's really ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Man.
Okay. Oh wow.
Ridiculous.
Two of them. Thank you, DeMar.
It is, man. We got guys undressing, taking their belts.
Okay, that was funny. This is funny. Who was that? What, my man? That was Oakland. Sergio. Oh, that was great. That was fantastic. And you know what I would have done? You know what I would have done? I would have thrown his ass out. I was like, "Oh, you're gonna show me up?" If I'm the umpire, I would have been. What's the West? What's the umpire's name? Who's super salty? Who's the Scott Foster? The Scott Foster of umpires? I would have, bro. Oh, okay. You're out. I would have thrown his ass out so quick. He up there pulling his pants down, throwing his belt on the field.
Ridiculous. It's ridiculous. The MLB, Manfred, where are you at in all this? Because this is.
Oh, you know where Manfred's at.
Manfred
ain't gonna do Manfred. You know Manfred ain't gonna do nothing. Nada. Dude's weak. He's so weak, man.
It's so embarrassing what's going on, man. And like I said, I'm not saying they should cheat and all this other stuff, but there's got to be they can't go undressing these guys.
It's so great. It's so and that's they've got to get a. I get why guys are upset, but it's funny as hell to me. It's just absolutely hysterical, especially Sergio throwing his belt. You want to check me? Imagine going to TSA and that happening. You going to check? Okay, here's my belt. Pulling your pants down to TSA, going what? Check me. How you think TSA going to react?
Him real quick.
That's how I'd react if I was an umpire.
Somebody said, they're doing the actual guilty thing, create a scene so to keep them uncomfortable from checking.
So the great thing about last night, Max Scherzer, he's talking about how I can't grip the ball, blah blah blah. I kept touching my hair because I was just trying to get some type of moisture. I was trying to lick my fingers and tasting rosin. If I was a reporter, I feel like I would have followed that up with, so what were you doing last week? Like, why is it such a big deal today? What were you doing last week? But nobody's asking these questions.
From what I saw in the exchange, wasn't it that he kept going to his hair and they were bothering him for that? So he could have been going to his hair last week and they weren't bothering him.
Well, I guess it could be.
And he's like, bro, just going to my hair to get some.
Well, but I think the question was, why did you keep going to your hair? Because I think they had the Girardi clip and Joe said, blah, 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 blah. And he responded, I don't know why I didn't have this clip ready. Sorry. I'll try to pull it up here for you.
video.
Bro, Sergio killed me last night, and it's only going to get worse. It's only going to get worse.
Now
that was gamesmanship, right? With Girardi, like Girardi was playing. He didn't really. He was absolutely playing.
He's trying to be an S starter, as my grandmother would say. Yeah, that's what you do. And to be honest with you, I don't necessarily blame him. You catch me on the right night, I'd do the same thing.
More Sergio or more
Girardi.
Dude, I'm looking at the video of Sergio. I'm dying. He literally threw his belt at the umpire. The umpire's like, bro, what are you doing? He literally looks at him. What are you doing? Son, pull your pants up.
And
pull your pants up.
We asked this yesterday. I don't know why this situation. Rob W says, why not check them before they go to the mound?
I thought that's what they had done, like starting Monday.
I thought they were all coming off the mound.
I thought they checked them going to the mound on Monday. Yesterday, it felt like they were checking them as they were coming off the mound, as if the substances were hidden somewhere, like on the mound,
on the home team's mound.
Like
it's crazy. It's really crazy. Now, I will say this. They need to pull back on this now. It's becoming a joke. They need to pull back on this now.
You mean it's a joke when a player like pulls his pants down in the middle of a...
And you take a look here at what Sergio Romo was dealing with, and he was a little bit heated there after the performances. He's immediately thrown off the belt, the glove, the hat, everything.
I love how she just doesn't acknowledge, yeah, but he pulled his pants down. One of the official.
Dude,
and if you see if you see the clips of Max, he progressed at first, like he got checked like 3 or 4 times. So at first he's like doing the, look at glove, hat, belt, glove, hat, belt. By the final time, he's pissed. He's throwing his hat down. He's about ready to pull off his pants too. This baseball's a circus now, and I'm here for it.
I don't blame him.
I'm here for it.
I really don't blame him.
Now I got something to watch.
Now, let me also say this about Major League. I'm watching Scherzer right now. This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy.
Oh man. As we keep it moving here, a couple of other quick hits before, speaking of ridiculous, let's just touch on DeMarcus now. DeMarcus has taken a lot of criticism today. And I've heard maybe 3 former coaches. So maybe some of this falls on the shoulders of Ty Lue. But I heard Ty Lue, by the way, Jay Will tweeted Ty Lue, the first black coach in the history of the Los Angeles Clippers as well. Maybe some of this falls on Ty Lue, but DeMarcus literally had one job, and it was to block the sight line to the basket.
Yeah.
But in an attempt to defend DeMarcus a little bit, it felt like he was trying to block the sight line to Devin Booker, because Devin Booker wouldn't have been by the basket. He would have been towards the baseline where or sideline where DeMarcus was standing. So I wonder if he, if they called the play and thought Book's going to pop, keep the ball out of Booker's hands, he didn't cut off the sight line to the basket. Instead, tried to cut off the sight line to Book.
Everything comes or if I'm guarding, I make sure every pass goes away from the basket. That's first and foremost in defending. And this is something that I learned a little out of high school. Maybe I was in college or whatever the case may be, but you learn from traumatic experiences or something like that. Like sometimes in those situations, this is the only reason why maybe I'll stall Ty Lue out or DeMarcus a little bit. You don't know until it bites you in the ass, right? And I remember, or you might not know. You might not know until it bites you in the ass. And I remember I was, rooting for my Sixers at the time. And it was in the Eastern Conference semis or something like that. And Allen Iverson's guarding the inbound pass. It's on the sideline. And he's jumping all over the place. And he leaves a lane to get the ball, I think, to Chucky Atkins, where he can catch the ball, go towards the rim, shoots it, scores, game winner with like 2 seconds to go. And I remember, I think it was John Thompson was on the game or whatever. He's like, you never allow the ball to come towards the basket, ever. You make sure it always goes away. And I always remembered that. So when somebody's guarding the inbounder, everything has to go away. Nothing, the angle, the way you're defending, you're trying to make sure everything goes away from the basket at all times. Boogie is straight up lined up with Crowder. And like you said, maybe trying to keep it from going to Devin Booker, but you got to live with that. You got to live with that. At 0.9, in my eyes, the only thing that they, not the only thing, but the thing they were going to try to do first is just throw it up to Ayton with 0.9. And Boogie's got to know that. Boogie's got to know that. I bet he knows it now, though.
He does. It ain't gonna happen again. But you know, I mean, it's an easy joke to make, though. At some point, it's probably not a joke. This is the third straight series that the Los Angeles Clippers are down 2-0. They're the only team to overcome multiple 2-0 deficits in a single postseason. So they're 2 for 2 here at this point. They want to advance to the NBA Finals. They're going to have to be 3 for 3. Ty Lue, real quick, KC, is 4-2 in series after trailing 2-0.
He's right at home. He's right where he wants to be.
No other head coach has that. That's 2 more series victories than any other head coach ever.
This one's going to be tough, though. I will say that. This one's
no doubt. But
no tough.
Where were these last two games?
In Phoenix.
And now they're going back to Los Angeles, or they're going to Los Angeles, I should say.
But
Chris Paul doesn't even have to leave. I didn't know Chris Paul was in LA.
Yeah, he's ready to go.
He doesn't even have to leave. He just stay there. I'm right there.
In situations
he got the Marvin Bagley treatment.
In situations like that, though, when you got an opportunity to still one on the road, that's might be too much to overcome. But could have won in Utah.
Did we say that same thing about the Milwaukee Bucks? We said the same thing. They had an opportunity to get one, and they didn't. And would they be demoralized? We asked if they would be demoralized a couple of times in that series. We asked if they would be demoralized after the Kevin Durant 49er game, and they weren't.
Yeah, I didn't have this feeling about them, because I knew at the end of the day, even with not winning, game 5, it was like the Nets still don't have enough. Like, that was the thought. Like, Milwaukee, you should still win this series. You got the game at home, and then you got game 7, and the Brooklyn don't have enough. Kevin Durant gonna have to go for 50 something. Now he can, but they don't have enough. Phoenix is gaining their best player.
Yeah.
After going up 2-0. So
there's no word on if Kawhi Leonard is going to be waiting for them in Los Angeles.
Yeah, I don't think so. But here's one thing I want to say. Peyton on YouTube says, the Clippers didn't switch. Why wouldn't you bet against a deep 3? Lou got out coached. Like, guys, first of all, we got to stop with just people getting. Every time something goes bad, somebody didn't get out coached. Like, it's not necessarily how things go. Number one, the other coach gets paid too. Number two, who knows what was said in the huddle? We don't know. And number three, that was a good job by Monty Williams, because number one, if you switch that and you got Batum guarding Ayton, yeah, that's an easy lob. At least you had Zubac there, and you had to be a perfect pass, and it was a perfect pass. But if you got Zubac there, that's easy for Ayton to go over the top of Zubac. And then number two, Phoenix did a great job of using Booker as the screener, because you can't overhelp. You can't even really leave Booker in that situation, which is why Zubac got caught on that switch, because Batum couldn't leave Booker because you're expecting him to pop out. So it was good to have Booker involved in that screen situation.
Let's also point out, when we're claiming that Ty Lue got out-coached, Paul George missed 2 free throws. It would have put them up by 3.
Yep.
Like, that's not Ty Lue's fault.
Yeah, absolutely.
But you could, again, you could question the DeMarcus Cousins thing. You could, hindsight, it's really easy to look back and say, he should have done this, he should have done that, this should have happened, that should have happened. But the basketball gods were on the side of the Phoenix Suns yesterday, because they
that's what it was.
Certainly weren't on the side of the Sacramento Kings.
Not at all. And Paul George missed free throws, and I want to touch on that again, man, because Paul George, man, what a finish to that game by Paul George.
Yep.
You know, he made all the big plays, made all the big shots down the stretch, and
he did the missed free throws, but that out of bounds play, he threw it off like he wasn't paying attention to what he was doing, and he was like leaning forward, and he wound up throwing it off of someone's back. And I think that was a play. I think that was a play that got reviewed for like 20 minutes too. But it was just a basic inbounds play off a made basket. But he was doing that thing where he's leaning forward.
Where he threw the Zubac.
Zubac, that's what it was. And he like, you know, he's trying, he can't, he has to throw it because he's going to lose his balance and step forward, and the ball is going to be out of bounds on them. He wasn't paying attention to what he was doing. That type of stuff is inexcusable. He made his mistakes down that stretch, but I worry about, especially because it's Paul George, it negates the fact that he actually did some really good things, as you're pointing out there in the stretch as well.
I think if I got my timeline right, I think Stephen A mentioned it this morning, went on a personal 8-2 run in the final minute or so of that game.
Okay.
I mean, he had 8 points in the final, like I said, a minute or so, but they needed 10.
Needed 10, yeah. And we don't even know what that would have amounted to.
This is for Paul George, almost a 90% free throw shooter, great free throw shooter. He felt the moment, man, and the moment was too big right there. He missed his free throws. You got to hit at least one of those, man. Got to.
Paul George is the 5th player over the last 20 seasons to score at least 20 points in each of his first 15 games of a postseason. The others, Kobe, KD, Bron, D. Wade. That's not the worst company to be in.
I like Paul George, man.
And he hit the shot that put them up, by the way. He hit that shot also. Yeah, the layup and the jumper.
I think they were down 1. Yeah, they were down 1. He made the layup. Booker comes back and hits the shot, and then he comes back and hits the pull up.
That's it. Yep.
Yeah, man. So I like Paul George. Our Jason Jones texted us during the game.
Uncalled for.
Sending us the Shimon Moore.
Uncalled for.
Yeah, that was completely uncalled for. But Paul George,
worst phrase in history.
Paul George is one of those guys that I talk about that he evokes emotion. People love to get on Paul George. They love to get on Paul George. He almost got rid of all them demons last night, but missed his free throws. You got to make a free throw, Paul George. Indefensible.
Trivia question. DeAndre Ayton became the 3rd Suns player to make a go-ahead shot inside the final second of a playoff game over the last 25 postseasons. The 3rd Phoenix Sun to do it. Who are the other 2? Could you even venture a guess?
Well, I think I saw this stat. So one is Sean Marion.
Nope.
No, it's Boris Diaw.
One is Boris Diaw.
Let me guess on the other one.
I feel like you're going to get this one.
Give me the time frame one more time.
2003.
Joe Johnson?
Stephon Marbury.
Against the San Antonio in the first round. He hit the buzzer beater.
At the buzzer. That was it.
At the buzzer. That was a 1-8 match.
The buzzer.
Wow.
Hell of a game. Hell of a game last night, and it has sent NBA playoff ratings skyrocketing. Wait, what? Really?
Yeah.
True story. I really want to get to this Tom Brady, Jimmy Garoppolo thing, because it's not a Tom Brady, Jimmy Garoppolo thing. At least I don't think it's a Tom Brady, Jimmy Garoppolo thing. But Twitter said that it's Jimmy Garoppolo. We'll tell you what Tom Brady said, why people think it's Jimmy Garoppolo, and why I think it's somebody else. Plus another opportunity for you to win $1,000 coming up 10 minutes past the 3 o'clock hour. And James Ham joining us 20 minutes past the 3 o'clock hour. We'll hear what he thinks about the Sacramento Kings at number 9 and who he's got in the Hammer Mock Draft. Again, that's coming up at 3:20 as D-Lo and Casey continue here on Sacramento's number 1 sports station, ESPN 1320. I really got to step out for a second, but I need to show everybody this real quick. This is what Jason Jones sends to us. Just awful braids. Awful. Is that Criminal Minds? Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Oh, that's Medea. Okay.
Jesse, that's the guy from Criminal Minds, right?
Oh,
okay.
Yeah. Oh, that's what. Oh,
Jesse,
those are
one of your
bad braids. Bad braids. Bad braids. Oh, Shimon.
So hilarious. First of all, Shimon Moore was a hostess. And then I think he was on I know he wasn't the guy who was on Young and the Restless who passed away, but I think he was on a soap opera.
He was on the Young and the Restless. Or he was on a soap opera. He just obviously is not dead.
Yeah.
13th round. I'll be right back.
Gotcha. 13th round here. Yeah, Jesse said Criminal Minds. Shimon Moore. What? That's like saying LL Cool J's on what's the show he's on? CSI. But I bet you Shimon Moore, that's the most steady job he's ever had, is being on Criminal Minds. That show's been out for a long time, and he's been on there for a minute. Man. I don't know. I feel like they had 25 seasons, didn't they? Something like that. Yeah, something crazy. Tony Edwards. Tony always comes in with the most random stuff. I played at Cal State East Bay. Used to be Cal State Hayward. Now it's Cal State East Bay. And I played at Consumnes. 13th round now here. Yeah, you know I thought that boy. Hey, this line's only over here, Shada Man. You already know. This line's only. So I'm always on anything, Charlo. That was an interesting fight because oh boy that fought him, he came to fight, man. He didn't win a round. Like Charlo won like 11 of those rounds, but he wasn't gonna get knocked out. That's for sure, man. So he got dominated, but you would expect Charlo to knock a guy like that out, and dude was tough in there, and $2 steak. He wasn't getting knocked out. Omar, he absolutely hosts Soul Train Saturday mornings at 10 a.m. 100%. Cheryl in Baltimore, what is good? Core's cool, man. Core's cool. I'm waiting on these nets to come up so I can raise the nets and really get it popping in the backyard. But it's all good. Cheryl, you already know Baltimore, stand up. Be more, stand up. Tank in the building. The best show in boxing. You heard it here first. The best show in boxing. Tank Davis. Charles just fought Derevyanchenko last year. Now I wanted him to take the big fights as well, but he just fought Derevyanchenko. We should trade the 9 for Jonathan Isaac. Is that what they're trying to say? Come on, man. Come on now. I'm telling you, baby. Best show in boxing. Gervonta Tank Davis. And he's in a dangerous fight, man. I said it a couple times. That boy Barrios, he got me nervous for Tank. I don't know if Tank got enough for Barrios, man. I don't know. If he can take his punch, he'll be cool. But I don't know, that's the bigger dude. I don't know. What, Jill? They said Bagley for Jonathan Isaac? Come on, man. Come on. They just throw out anything. Anything.
They still think Vlade in charge.
And a protected 2022 pick. We need to do all that for Jonathan Isaac. Jesus. I remember what I was going to ask you.
Okay.
Baseball. I know you've probably seen it. You've seen the clip of it's one of the Negro brothers where they get caught.
Sorry, one of the what?
Bro.
Oh, okay. 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 Okay.
Where they get caught with the substance on the mound, and he tries to be like, "What are you talking about?" Reaches his pocket, and he pulls his pocket out and throws the substance out.
Yeah.
I was like, because there's nothing in here. I know you've seen that.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. That's legendary. It's weird. Like baseball, either let everybody cheat or shut cheating down. Like the amount of people I hear defend, oh, you really should have made this change in the offseason. Like, wait, what? You're telling me you have to tell your players not to cheat in the offseason? I just don't get it. This is where they lose me. It's a time-honored tradition here, which is essentially, hey, Garrett, do you cheat, fam? I got to be quicker when I do this. Do you cheat?
I don't know. I don't know if I don't quite know how to answer.
Yeah, it's tough, man. That's tough. That's tough.
Levy says that Vince needs to make the XFL baseball league, let them cheat and celebrate. Well, I don't know if they cheat. I'm not going to say that. But in the Caribbean and the Latin leagues, the little World Cups they do for baseball, it'd be popping. They be hitting home runs, celebrating like crazy. The fans go crazy. It's a beautiful thing to watch. I always say the best baseball right now, I talk about the best show on boxing all the time being Tank Davis. The best show for baseball right now is when they do the World Baseball Classic, and specifically the Miami region, because they get the Dominican fans and Puerto Rican fans and Cuban fans, and it is a show. I love the energy of those. They need to implement that into what they do in the major leagues, man.
I'm all for it. Let's go. Bring in a new audience, man. Let's make it happen. Speaking of new audience, apparently business is booming in the National Basketball Association. As some news came out that the playoffs are drawing massive ratings over this stretch of playoffs here. And I was like, hey, man, that's great. And then I'm reading the article. Viewership for the 2021 NBA playoffs, it's sky high. It's up 39% from 2020. I was like, wait a minute. Nobody want to watch basketball in 2020. Nobody want to watch playoffs. This was in the fall. This was when, was it fall? No, I guess it was kind of summerish, fallish. It's not really the same. It's not an apples to apples comparison because one, basketball was different last year. The viewing experience of watching basketball was different. It wasn't on like during like its normal time of year. And spoiler alert, when the movie comes out, I don't want to ruin the movie for anybody. There was nothing normal about 2020. Viewing habits, like everything was off. And so when I first saw the tweet, it was like, oh, okay. Cool. And then I look at it again. I was like, oh, like, all right, like it's cool. Like it's good. But I feel like it's more people have come back rather than like there's this big, influx of new fans. It's just like people aren't in that, life is a little bit more normal now than it was in 2020. Even though it's almost July, we're still kind of in basketball mode. You know what I mean? Basketball is still kind of this time, though. We're going to hit July. We've never had the NBA Finals played in July. But to me, it's just more of the audience is more of a sense of normalcy than it is like this, business is booming. Yeah, it's good news. It's good news, but it's not. I feel like it's a bit misleading.
There is that. But it's also a little weird, though, because I know 2020 was crazy. Everything was off, but we were also locked in the house. Like there was nothing going on. You would think that that's when the only thing they should be doing is watching TV.
But I think by the time that the finals were played, wasn't there a section of people who were just like, I'm not going to be locked in the house no more? I mean, we weren't open, but there were some people who were like, F it, we're open.
Maybe, but we're open now. How'd it go up?
Because I think people are tuned back into basketball. Again, I think the viewing experience is different. I think there's something to be said for you tuned into a basketball game last year. You were reminded of what we were going through. You're looking at video boards. You're in an empty arena. Every game looks exactly the same. And they did their damnedest to make it be different for different teams, for all that stuff. But overall, every single game looked exactly the same. And it just was a sense of, oh, we're still here. We're still in the midst of this. Whereas now, it's like, yo, Phoenix is lit. There's about to be 16,000 people at the Staples Center tomorrow. There's this feeling of it's a real sports, it's a playoff atmosphere again. And I think that's comforting to people. Hell, it's comforting to me. I don't give a damn if Phoenix wins, but Phoenix is happy. And I'm like, man, this is dope when they're not beating each other up or other people.
Right. There's also an element when you talk about the bubble, as somebody like myself who watches everything basketball, the intrigue was taken out of it, because I would watch these games and I would know it felt like, aside from the Clippers, it felt like once a team figured out what to do against the other team, that was it. Like, it was done. They weren't going to beat them. There was no change of scenery. There was no others playing better at home and on the road. It was done. And there was a couple different times when I watched, I know specifically that Lakers-Blazers series. Blazers won for game 1 as the 8th seed. Lakers came back and won game 2. And then the Lakers won game 3, and I think they beat the hell out of them in game 3. I was like, oh, this is done. Like, this is over. I don't need to watch this anymore. They figured it out. Blazers, they have no answer. It's over. It happened the same thing in that Rockets-Lakers series. I was like, this is over. And like, yeah, maybe I'd have it as background noise, but I wasn't tapped in. I was like, this is done. You know what I mean? Now you have the element of this 2-0 series, Clippers and Suns. Man, it's 2-0, but they're going back to LA. And I want to see what the Clippers can do down 0-2, going back to LA. They're in their own beds. The crowd's going to be rocking. The Michael Bridges, the Cam Johnson, maybe they're not going to be hitting as much on the road because they're part of the other, things of that nature. In that bubble, like I said, if they were up 2-1 or 2-0 or heaven forbid 3-0, done. You don't even watch this.
Yeah. It will be interesting to watch it moving forward, though. It's a great story right now. Ratings are up. 39. Awesome. What's it going to look like now moving forward with no LeBron and no Kevin Durant, with no Joel Embiid, with no Philadelphia 76ers, with no New York Knicks, with no Brooklyn Nets, with no Los Angeles Lakers? What's it going to look like without them? What's it going to look like with more fresh stars like Trey? I always pause because it's like Trey Lance, Trey Young. Who am I talking about? Trey Young, Trey Lance, Trey Young. Trey with Trey Young in Atlanta, with Devin Booker in Phoenix, and these other stars. Obviously, the Clippers they're a different team, but it's Kawhi, it's Paul George. We've seen these guys. We've seen these guys before. Giannis is an established star, but Milwaukee is kind of new. So what's it going to be like with these guys playing this late into the season for the first time? That'll be interesting during the next kind of ratings roundup as well.
Let me ask you another question, because I know I want to get to the Tom Brady, but with the NBA in this season, with the playoffs being pretty unpredictable, like we don't really know who's going to win. Injuries may have something to do with that. I think it has a lot to do with it, but it's still, things are pretty even across the plane. Do you think that's the way the NBA is going to be moving forward, where you have 8 teams that can win it every year?
No,
I think it will be.
No,
I do.
I mean,
and I'll tell you why I think it will be.
Okay.
I think NBA is in a good spot talent-wise. I think
I agree.
Wise, and there's guys that team up and things of that nature. But if you've got little crews everywhere. Even though I thought Brooklyn was the favorite, Milwaukee still has something for them. You know what I mean? Philly, I thought they could play with them in the West. The Lakers, if they would have been healthy. Clippers, if they would have been healthy. Denver, if they would have been healthy. I think we're going to go into, there's always going to be your favorites, your betting favorites and all this other stuff. Always going to be your favorites. But I think there is going to be about 5 or 6 teams every year that can make it and win the finals.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that. I don't know. I guess I get what you're saying. Brooklyn injured, right? The Lakers, I don't know. Like, I know the Lakers were injured. I know there were injury issues with the Lakers. I'm not sold as that's the only reason that they didn't make it. I think they had some other issues there, and maybe, maybe you're onto something. Maybe you're onto something. It's going to be hard though when the season starts and KD and Kyrie and James Harden are all healthy and they're like 24-1. It's going to be. We might have to revisit this conversation and kind of see how we feel. But the other note about that is that it's KD, it's James Harden, it's Kyrie Irving. It's not like Devin Booker, Donovan Mitchell, and Trey Young. It's not younger guys that are like, they're older, and injuries are going to happen to these guys. Injuries are going to happen whether you're young or old, but you're more, I think, susceptible. Thank you. That's why we're a team, baby. That's why we're a team. When one of us are an idiot, the other one. I don't have an Invisalign either, and I couldn't get the word. I couldn't even think of what the word was. They're more likely to get it. They're more likely to get injured or nagging injuries like James Harden's. His just wouldn't leave. So hopefully you're onto something. You're listening to D-Lo and Casey on KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodgers. Chance to win $1,000. Coming up 10 minutes from now, James Ham going to join us. 20 minutes from now, Kings Insider will get his thoughts on the draft lottery yesterday. Let's get to our man Bryant here. 916-349-1320. What's up, Bryant?
Yeah, I just want to talk about the ratings on the television and viewers. I know, like, last year, I mean, you really couldn't find any sports because of the pandemic, and you were watching the Ocho with marble races. And
true story.
I'm actually surprised that the ratings jumped so high, especially because basically everybody's summer plans were canceled last year, so everybody's trying to do their plans now and not watching as much TV. But what do you think about the thoughts of, just because you don't see the Lakers and the Golden State Warriors in there, maybe there's just some smaller markets in there. Do you think that's why people are starting to tune in?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. That's a good question, Bryant. We appreciate the call and we appreciate you listening most of all. Like, people have questioned, I think it was Torre, a writer who wrote, and KD went at him because, of course, he wrote, this is a disaster for the NBA. And it's like, well, maybe it's the exact opposite. Maybe there are people who are sick of LeBron James. Maybe there are people who are sick of super teams. Maybe they're not necessarily sick of Kevin Durant or James Harden or Kyrie Irving, but they're sick of super teams forming. So they don't want to see Brooklyn. And they look at Phoenix and go, that's cool. Phoenix could be the next Golden State. You look at Phoenix and go, this reminds me of the Warriors of 2016. I like this. I love this. Now, if that's an indication, they're going to turn heel next year. And then Kevin Durant's going to join them in 2 years. But that was uncalled for. My apologies. But maybe there is something. Maybe there is something to what Brian's saying right there. And that, people have wondered if people are turned off by the lack of so-called stars or top-selling jerseys, when in actuality, it could be the exact opposite. Be like, no, we're digging this. Yeah, I'm here for Trey. I'm here for Atlanta. I'm here for Phoenix.
You got to get some new markets in there at some point. And Golden State,
none of which are small, by the way, just because that's become a topic of conversation on the show. None of the teams left are in small markets. Milwaukee, I guess, is.
Yeah, Milwaukee's a small market. Relatively speaking, they're like top 25.
Yeah, to the league. Yeah.
But when they had Cleveland and Golden State going for 4 years in a row, first year was cool, second year was great, third year was great, fourth year was like, no, this is not.
I don't recall the third year being great.
Oh, third year was great because you had the rematch, the rubber
match. Yeah. Okay. All right.
It's like, all right, let's see what happens.
Yeah, but that one did not feel like they were going to lose. That was KD's first year. Yeah.
Then you get a new market in there the following year in Toronto, and that was amazing. Like that was an amazing moment. Then you get KD going to a new team, going to Brooklyn, all this. We got to wait a year, but you're developing new markets and new hotbeds if you're the NBA, and this is it's nothing but a positive. You don't got to worry about the Lakers and Boston and Philly and even New York now. They're always going to be there. You know, New York ain't been nothing for 20 years, and they got one playoff series back, and it's a movie, right? Like, you ain't got to worry about that. You ain't losing New York. Hell, you're not losing Sacramento. You know what I'm saying?
As we learned last night,
they're back.
It's so there was such a, you know, we hated that we had to do a live stream opposite of Deuce and Mo. Like, ideally we would all been able to do it together, but they had their stream, we had ours, and to see how many people watch those two streams is sort of ridiculous. Like, you talk about the ratings, whatever, you know, Nielsen does to measure ratings might explode if Sacramento ever made the end, because they often do percentages of a market that watch. Normally it's like a playoff game. Normally it's like a Super Bowl. Like 50% of households in Kansas City watch the Super Bowl or something along those lines. Bruh, let Sacramento be in the NBA Finals. They would have to like triple check. Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. There has to be a mistake. It says 93% of households watch the NBA Finals. This can't possibly be right. Like, no, we've checked it 10 times. Literally everybody in the city was watching.
Yeah.
And everybody in the city is watching Kenny's new mock draft. Unveiled KC's mock draft 1.0 today. And you had the Sacramento Kings taking who at number 9?
At number 9, the Sacramento Kings will select Jalen Johnson out of Duke. Small forward, power forward out of Duke.
D'Lo and KC's draft guru, also the Kings Herald draft guru, Bryant West, who's going to join us either tomorrow or Friday here on D'Lo and KC, responded on social media. Good pick here at IMK Diddy. Agree with most of your selections, but especially the one for the Kings. I might want Franz over Jay Johnson, but Jalen makes a ton of sense for Sacramento and has a real argument as BPA, and I'm assuming that means best player available.
Yeah. Look, and I earlier in the show I kind of talked about my man Franz Wagner out of Michigan, and you know, I wasn't very high on him. He's a fine ball player. I just look at Franz as somebody that you can find anywhere, anytime. You don't need to take the number 9 pick on Wagner. You're not missing out on much. So at number 9, with those guys available, I'm a swing for the fences, man. I'm a swing. There's nobody behind them that, you know, I like Book Knight and guys like that. I don't know if you want to take them at 9. I don't know if they would fit well with the Kings, but I'm gonna take a shot. I'm gonna take a shot. I'm gonna take a swing for the fences and see if a guy that is super talented with a lot of potential can fulfill that potential with Jalen Johnson.
Okay.
Right now.
I'm anxious to hear what James Ham says about your selection, as James Ham's going to join us coming up in about 13 minutes or so. James Ham put out his own mock draft because, of course, he did. He's James Ham. He had Moses Moody going to the Sacramento Kings at number 9, and we went over the various selections. And you like a lot of the names we talked about. We talked about Moses Moody. We talked about Keon Johnson. That's another name that you like. And Kenny Caraway's KC's mock draft, you know, 2.0 may look a little bit different than 1.0. But the names that you weren't really big on, one we just mentioned, Franz Wagner, and Davion Mitchell. Davion Mitchell gave you the
cap just a little bit. I love Davion Mitchell.
Okay.
But I wonder where the playing time is going to come from here in Sacramento. With James said best, De'Aaron, Tyrese, DeLon, Buddy seem to be your backcourt. You didn't even mention Terrence Davis. I got Terrence Davis in there as well.
That's a line worth revisiting when James joins us coming up here in just a couple of minutes. The line is he wrote about Moses Moody here in his mock draft. He talked about the team needs of the Sacramento Kings and wrote, Like a lot of teams at this point in the draft, the Kings have plenty of needs. They have their backcourt set with De'Aaron Fox and Tyrese Halliburton as starters, and Buddy Hield, DeLon Wright, and Terrence Davis coming off the bench. So we're going to bring that line back to him. And that's nothing new, by the way. He has been adamant. Tyrese Halliburton needs to start game 1 next season. If that means moving Buddy to the bench, then that means moving Buddy to the bench.
Yeah. And I like Davion a lot. I do. I really do. I'm a big fan of what he brings to the table. Just don't know if he's a fit. Now, also to be fair to KC's mock draft, I don't even have Davion on the board by the time the Kings pick. I got him going 7th to the Warriors. So if he was around at 9,
I think
it'd be a real possibility.
I saw Davion going early in another mock too. I think it was ESPN's. I know I have that here. Yeah, you had Davion at 7. Yeah, so did they. They had Davion Mitchell at 7 to the Golden State Warriors. So I've seen it, but it's weird because normally I'm just looking at the top 10. I'm not really looking at like who's going in the first round. I want to know what people think about the Sacramento Kings or who the Sacramento Kings are going to select and what their analysis of the team is, whether they've watched them a ton or haven't watched them at all. I feel like the draft guys are the guys that actually really dig into these teams a little bit. But there are times like you have Davion at 7. ESPN has Davion at 7. I've seen Davion not in the top 10, which I want to get your opinion on here in just a second.
Here comes the money.
That was a warning.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
It's time for the Summer of Cash contest. Here is your final chance of the day to win $1,000 by texting the word GREAT to 72881. Like go 1-on-1 with the great one. Like this radio show is great.
Yes.
Like Kenny Caraway's mock draft is great.
Hell yeah.
Text the word GREAT to 72881. This is a multi-state contest. Message and data rates apply. And remember, don't text and drive. 4 more opportunities for you to win $1,000 coming up tomorrow. Dealing with KC have got you covered. The Summer of Cash contest, 10 minutes past the hour, every hour that Dealing with KC are on the air. James Ham set to join us coming up here in just a couple of minutes. Why do you think that is with Davion Mitchell? And it's not just Davion Mitchell, by the way. Looking at this ESPN, well, you mentioned this, and I think that kind of answers, the question I was about to ask about Jalen Johnson, how it's kind of a swing, and maybe you're overdrafting him a little bit in that situation. But why would we see Davion on your draft at 7, on ESPN's draft, but on others, he's out the top 10?
Because a lot of these guys, from probably starting from 6 to about 13, they're kind of interchangeable.
Okay.
And sometimes, and I dealt with this trying to put together my mock draft. You you factor in a couple things. You factor in who you like as a player, and then you try to think about what that team needs as a possibility for their pick as well. And then, you look at other guys, like, the small forward's pretty good, but, they get Wiggins there or, whatever the case may be. And you just kind of look around and set on a Davion. I think Davion is a little polarizing too, because he is an older prospect, and you don't want to get fooled again. You know what I'm saying? Is a smaller guy, 4-year prospect. Yeah, that's good, but it's like, well, why was he around 4 years? Like, what happened, and how much of his success is attributed to that team that they had at Baylor? Was he the catalyst that made everything go, or was he a part of a great nucleus? So it's interesting, man. It's interesting. I like Mitchell a lot, though.
Another question before James joins us. This is a quick one, and I think I know the answer. Cade, Mobley, the 2 Jalens, and Kuminga. Those guys are all going top 5.
Yeah.
It's just the order in which they go. Like it's not even that. Cade's going first, how the rest fall, but those are the top 5 picks.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was the only one. I got a little consensus. There was 2 other, ESPN and CBS has somebody other than Mobley going too. I got Jalen Suggs going to the Rockets.
Okay.
And Evan Mobley on 3 to the Cavs. So
Funny that ESPN actually has Jalen Green going second. Your man, Jalen Green, going second.
There are some concerns about Jalen Green.
Wow.
Just
Long-time listeners are shocked.
His body type. He's a little skinny.
Listen to this.
There are some concerns. I'd love to get Jalen Green.
I know
I'd move for Jalen. I'd go to
okay.
to take a chance with Jalen Green.
Hey, big fella, settle down. We got to step out. It's my fault for bringing him up. That's my fault. James Ham joins us. We'll get his thoughts on the Kings drafting at 9 here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Oh,
dollar.
Ooh.
Sprout out there sneezing. Oh man, what do we got in here?
Money.
I don't think so. I know we kind of talked. I guess it depends on what the something else was. I know we kind of talked about that yesterday, though. Potentially accumulating more draft picks, like another pick later in the draft. But
yeah, I'm after need an NBA ready player too.
Yeah,
like I need somebody already on your roster.
Oh, Bryant weighs in. Mitchell top 10 gonna kill me. Go back and look at the recent history of 22-year-old breakout seniors, senior guards, and it's not pretty. Oh dear. Okay. Oh, I need to switch the sound over. USB.
Money.
Dollar. Most of that stuff, I don't know that it still is, but that stuff used to be paid in house. Like are you talking about just WWE? Yeah, that stuff just used to that stuff was made in house. So they paid like a music guy to do that. They very rarely like Rhonda was one of the few people that they licensed music for. They licensed music for CM Punk. Yep. That's a good question about OKC trading in the draft. Hammer, what's happening, buddy?
What's going on, guys?
How are you?
I'm good.
Jay, big dog.
What's happening?
That's fine. Hammer's little nameplate. There we go. All right, should be about a minute or so. Less than a minute.
All right. Everything good with you guys?
Man, we're great.
Been good, man. We got the #9 pick. Let's go.
Talking Kings basketball all day, or most of the day. Talking basketball all day for sure.
Yeah. I released Mach 7.0 last night.
Oh, we got it.
Pam, how are you on 7.0 already?
I told you.
I did 22 last year.
Okay.
Because
you did them weekly or a couple times a week. How's that go?
Every other week. But there was we had the shutdown.
Oh yeah, you got extra week.
So I watched a bunch of mixtapes, high school mixtapes.
There you go. Ham had all the time last year.
That's right.
He had all the time last year.
Did you guys tweet this thing out?
We normally tweet it out after you start. And I just realized my stupid ass went to commercial almost a minute late. That's why we're not on yet.
Oh, it's no stress. Am I level? Am I too high on my screen?
No, you're good. Okay. All right. We'll be right back. Hold on. Shout out to our man Jay Will. He's had a rough day today. Jay Will has had a really, really rough day today. So we appreciate the love that he shows D'Lo and Casey there. James Ham with us here. You can check us out twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Of course, you can listen on the Odyssey app and 1320 AM. James, did you happen to see Jay Will's tweet earlier? Jay Williams tweet earlier about the new coaching hire in Boston?
No, I missed it.
Oh, it's a gem. Jay Williams said, as a matter of fact, I can pull it up here on the screen for you. Jay Williams said in a quote tweet of Adrian Wojnarowski, the Boston Celtics are finalizing an agreement to hire Brooklyn Nets assistant Ime Udoka as the franchise's new head coach. And Jay Williams responded, the first head coach of color for the Celtics. And even more importantly, he's one talented individual who has paid his dues. Now, of course, Jay Will deleted that, but it lives forever.
Yeah. Didn't Bill Russell win a championship as a head coach there? Casey Jones. Doc Rivers. Yeah, he missed a few there.
He missed 5. We counted him up. He missed 5. Not to mention Doc is like still alive and well and in the league, and that 2008 championship is talked about regularly, but I guess he forgot that happened. We have brain farts, but damn.
Jay know better.
Yeah.
That's a tough one.
Jay Will, we're talking like he's the guy who wrecked his motorcycle right after he got drafted, right? Yeah.
That one.
Yeah.
Actually, that terrifies me from ever getting on a bike. And I've actually driven a motorcycle. My fiance has a bike. But yeah, his story about like the bike already being in second gear and he just took off. No. Terrified.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I believe any of that. Either way, guys make mistakes, but I mean that's kind of an egregious one. And I really like Ime Udoka for that job. I think he's a great hire. I think he was a former Kings assistant the year before I started covering the team. So I think the 09-010 season he was there. So good dude. I've met him quite a few times. I think he's a good dude. I think he's gonna be a great head coach.
That's awesome. And I had heard that was a guy that Brad Stevens has liked in this process for quite a while. And as we were talking during the commercial break, you're up to mock draft 7.0, and we now know where the Sacramento Kings are going to draft at the number 9 spot. There were no bottles of Luke Belaire champagne popped yesterday to move up in the draft. It was close, allegedly. I guess if you dig into the behind-the-scenes process, it was close. But we've talked about, actually, your guy that you have here, at number 9. How did you land this week on Moses Moody?
I've liked Moses Moody for a while. I think he's a player who really does fit what the Kings are trying to do. Look, go look at what Monty McNair added at the trade deadline. Mo Harkless can he's so long and athletic. Terrence Davis, long and athletic. DeLon Wright, long and athletic. I mean, that's his sort of the type of player he's looking for. And the fact that Moses Moody can play the 2 or the 3, the Kings don't have any room in their backcourt for somebody, but they certainly have room at the 3. And I like him more than guys like Corey Kispert or Franz Wagner. I just think that he can bring more to the table on the defensive side of the ball, although Wagner is a very good team defender. I'm trying to find guys that I think Monty McNair would choose. And so that's kind of how I look at my drafts. When I look at the Golden State Warriors, I say, okay, Scotty Barnes makes so much sense for that team. And there are some other guys that make sense there, but like Keon Johnson doesn't really make sense for that team. They like high basketball IQ players who can either shoot or do what Draymond Green does. And so Scotty Barnes makes sense there. So that's kind of how I look at my draft, how I would draft if I were that team. And for me, Moody, I mean, I'm going to probably do 3 or 4 more mocks before it's all said and done. So Moody might not be the guy that I end up with at that spot, but he's certainly in the running, and I think he would be a great pick.
I love Moses Moody for the Kings. I had a buddy of mine who's in the league, affiliated with the league, and he hit me up this morning. He was like, "You guys will be crazy if you pass on Moses Moody. We don't want you guys to be passed on him." And I don't know if you got a chance to see KC's mock 1.0, James. The KC's mock 1.0 is out and available right now, but I would have loved Moses Moody for the Kings, but I have him going 8 to Orlando. And at 9, this is a shot. I took a shot for the fences. I went for big.
Your internet is taking a shot for the fences too, by the way, just to give you a little heads up there. Your internet did not win the lottery yesterday.
Always hating on me, always. But I took a shot and I said Jalen Johnson at number 9 for the Kings. And I looked at some of the guys that were still available at 9, whether it's Franz Wagner, Chris Burt, Keon Johnson, who I really like. And I said at 9, I feel like you can get a Franz Wagner anytime in this league. I feel like you could get a Cody Chris Burt anytime in this league. Jalen Johnson is a guy that's really feast or famine. There's a lot of concern about him, but if he hits on the potential that a lot of people believe he has, that could be a home run swing for you. What do you think about Jalen?
If I'm drafting number 20 and where the Kings were drafting the 2017 NBA draft, and they had a choice between Harry Giles and OG Anunoby at that point in the draft, I remember on draft day saying, the pick was coming in, it's between those 2 players, and I would have drafted OG over Harry Giles, although I loved Harry Giles. That's where I think you make a decision on Jalen Johnson, to be honest with you. I think at number 9, there's too much value there. I mean, if you're going to do that, you need to trade down and try to collect more assets. I get it to some point. He's got a crazy skill set, but like everything tells me to avoid that guy like the plague. And it's from, him leaving Duke. And I don't care how that's described by anyone else. I mean, everyone has a motive to make that look as rosy as possible. The fact is, he just up and left. He did some of the similar things in the high school, at the high school level. And I've watched, like I was telling you guys before, last year I did 22 mock drafts. I did so many mock drafts, and the only way you can do that is during the bubble. We were, and even leading up to the bubble, we were just going through like mixtapes of these kids because a lot of them didn't get a full season. And so I end up doing a lot of watching the high school games and high school, like highlight reels and, listening to really, really bad music while I'm watching these guys play. And the lights are on and nobody's home about half the time with Jalen Johnson. And that's the problem. You see the blank stare, and he disengages. And if you've ever coached, even like I coached competitive soccer for a long time with my son's team. And, you can see the kids that are engaged and are fully in it. And then, the difference between a Scotty Barnes and a Jalen Johnson, it's just night and day. I mean, one guy is so overly engaged, and one guy is, sometimes out to lunch. And I remember Paul Westphal told me about DeMarcus Cousins. He said, look, it's so much easier to try to calm down somebody than try to light a fire under somebody. If they don't already have the fire, you don't magically find that. You either got it or you don't. And in my opinion, Jalen Johnson doesn't have that. So I think your mock draft is.
Oh wow. Thumbs down from James Tam. Oh man.
James, let me ask you this though, because this is where, and I'd like to get your philosophy and your opinion on this, because you look at 2 guys that are still there, Chris Burt and Wagner. And I mean, I can't, number 9 pick on Franz Wagner, Cody Chris Burt. Joe Harris came out of nowhere. Like you Duncan Robinson was in the G League. These are kind of guys that you can find all over the place. You want to, not you specifically, but I would spend the number 9 pick. To me, that's an opportunity to take a shot. And everything you said about Jalen Johnson is, I did research and I'm on the same page. I understand. That's the opportunity to take a shot. Wagner, Chris Burt, even Keon Johnson. Like, you can find those guys.
Yeah, I'm a little worried about Keon Johnson, to be honest with you. And when it comes to Kispert and Wagner, I mean specifically Kispert, you're like, hey, look, the guy is going to be a knockdown 3-point shooter at the NBA level. Can he defend his position? That's going to be a problem. You bring up Joe Johnson, I think that's a very good comparison. You bring up even Klay Thompson. I think that's a very good comparison. He's got to get, better and stronger on the defensive end. But again, Klay Thompson didn't come into the league as some mystical defender. He was solid, but he became a much better defender in the league. But, if you're swinging for the fences, like what you're saying, I look at a guy like Zaire Williams, who just measured in at 6'10" with shoes on, with a huge wingspan, and you're looking at a 2-3 combo at that size. That's where I would be like, all right, I'm going to swing for the fences if that's what I'm going to do. But I mean, to a certain degree, I think you're right. You do have to be aggressive at that point, but I don't know. I mean, does Davion Mitchell make sense? There's a lot of players that are going to be around that area that you have to look at and say, okay, how do I fit them into my puzzle? I'll say this. When the Kings drafted, they got the number 9 pick. I think that did two things. Number one, it opened up the trade. Like, you now know that the Kings are going to shop this pick hard. They're like unequivocally, they are going to shop this pick hard. They don't want to wait around another 2 or 3 years trying to make the playoffs. If you moved up into the top 4, you roll it back with a similar team, and you try to piece it together, and then you bring that young guy up along with your other guys, because that's an elite player. I think what this did is it really does open up the possibility for something like a Ben Simmons trade, or some other, trade that we haven't heard of yet, where you're chasing somebody who's all-star level or a little below, and you're going to throw a bunch of stuff in and you're going to go be aggressive. I think it really did say, okay, this is what we're doing. Because if you do move up in this draft, the picks are so good, the players are so talented that you have to draft them. We heard on draft night, some of these teams, oh, this team and this team and this team are going to aggressively shop this pick. I don't think anyone in the top 4 is shopping their pick at all. And if they are, they're absolutely crazy, because every single one of these guys has star potential, all-star potential, and some of them have higher potential than that. So if someone wants to move those picks, I'm jumping up for a Mobley. I mean, that's fine. Jalen Green looks just like a tremendous up-and-coming guy. Suggs, while he doesn't fit the Kings roster, that's your point guard for the next 15 years. So, if you're a team, that's what I'm looking at. And so, again, I think what this did, the number 9 pick, is it just makes the Kings really have to look at that secondary market. How do I improve this team? It's one more piece of information that they now have about their specific offseason and how they can strategize moving forward. And I do think they'll be aggressive.
James Ham, Kings Insider, NBC Sports, with us here on Dealing with KC. You brought up shopping that pick. You brought up shopping it hard. There's a couple of different directions we can go with that. One, let's point out the fact that Toronto moved up in yesterday's draft. They have this situation with Siakam. Pascal Siakam was a guy that we had our eye on. Have you, and I don't know if we've talked about this yet, have you eliminated Siakam from as a potential trade target, given the fact he's having surgery and the rehab from a torn labrum is brutal, and he's not going to be Siakam next year, even if he's due to come back in the second half of the season. It's going to be a tough road back for him.
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't change what I think of Siakam, because he's young enough that you're going to have him for quite a while. I think he's also under contract for another 3 years, right? 3+. I think when you look at Toronto, by them moving up, where they move up to 5 or 6, whatever it is, 4.
Yeah.
Okay, so basically, what that does for me is that tells me that is a team that's going to land a very good player. Again, I think Jalen Suggs is probably, if you're looking at most mocks, at this point, we're going to see him go. You could see him go number 2, but I really think that it's probably going to go Cunningham, and then Green, and then Mobley, and then Suggs. So if they're going to lose Kyle Lowry, but they're going to be able to have a backcourt of Suggs and Van Vliet next year, and then they still have OG Anunoby, and they still have Siakam, I think they still have the makings of a really good Eastern Conference team moving forward. They still have Nick Nurse, who's an outstanding coach. So I think that probably takes Siakam off the table. Now, maybe I'm wrong, but I think that each of these picks, again, you have to look at them like, how will it impact that team moving forward? And I think some of this stuff changes. Like, again, like for the Kings, it changes dramatically. For the Warriors, at 7, now they have a 7 and a 14 that they're going to go out and shop and try to land a huge, veteran all-star level player with those 2 picks and maybe some more stuff. I mean, so each of these bits of information we're learning, it does help you. So I would say the Siakam, I mean, I would take him if they're gonna move on from him, even if it does, he is going to be out for a good portion of next season. But at the end of the day, you're getting an all-star player, and you hope someone that you can build around for the years after that. It's not about making the playoffs one time. You got to hope to get there, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times in a row and try to build on something. I think that's what the Kings are trying to do more than just snap this curse.
Yeah. Let's go to since we're talking about trading the pick and all-star players and all this, let's go into it, James. Let's go into the deal of the week here. As you know, Ben Simmons has been on everybody's mind and been on everybody's shows and mocks and trade scenarios and trade machines and all this other stuff. Is Ben Simmons a player that, number one, you think Monty McNair is going to go after aggressively if there's any inkling that he's out there? And number two, should he go for a player like Ben Simmons with this roster if he's available?
I'm going to say yes and yes. I mean, to be honest with you, I get some of the issues that Simmons has, but I also look at a 24-year-old 3-time All-Star, 2-time All-Defensive Team player that you take and you stick at your small forward or power forward position, and he instantly makes you a better team. And you can talk about his missed free throws in the playoffs. You can talk about his inability to shoot the 3-point shot. I'll tell you this. He had an assist rate of 31.7%, something like that last year, which is nuts. I mean, De'Aaron Fox was like 32.7. I think he's at 31.1. He had a usage rate of 20.3. So his usage rate is way down here below guys like, say, Buddy Hield and Marvin Bagley and Terrence Davis, but his assist rate is up by De'Aaron Fox. So he makes quick decisions. He doesn't dribble the ball a ton. He handles his business, gets in and out. And I'll also say this, when we talk about players that can't shoot the 3-point shot, that's an issue, right? Especially if you have in a starting lineup with a player like Rashawn Holmes, who doesn't shoot the 3 at all either. But you add in De'Aaron Fox and his sort of inability to shoot the 3. You take the ball out of De'Aaron Fox's hands, he's over a 40% shooter as a catch and shoot 3-point shooter. Tyrese Halliburton is close to something like 50% as a catch and shoot 3-point shooter. Harrison Barnes, catch and shoot 3-point shooter. So what I'm saying is, if you use Ben Simmons the right way as an offensive catalyst in certain sets, some sets De'Aaron Fox is running right down the middle, some sets Tyrese Halliburton is running the pick and roll, and then some sets Ben Simmons is your major hub, and he's feeding these guys who are much better as 3-point shooters when they're catching and shooting, then I think it really does come down to coaching. How do you coach him into the right position? And when it comes to Philly, I get why he doesn't fit, just because Embiid does eat up a lot of space. He shoots a 3, but he does eat up a ton of space in the key, and he likes to live there. Fox doesn't live there. He runs to there. And so there's a difference. And I just think you put that kid in a different situation. He's so young. He fits the age arc of Halliburton and Fox to a T. The switchability with Harrison Barnes would just be nuts on the defensive end. He makes you a better defensive team without any question. And, if you do a deal the right way, you're probably giving up Buddy Hield and Marvin Bagley as starters. I would try to keep the 2021 first-round pick. I would give up my 2022. Or I would try to sweeten the deal with DeLon Wright and say, hey, look, will you take a guy like this and he can be your starting point guard next season while you guys are transitioning and figure out what you're going to do. So I think there are lots of ways to engineer a trade like this where you can actually keep some assets, keep some for the future while adding a young guy You need to clear up some space for Rashawn Holmes. Again, a deal that with Bagley and Buddy and DeLon Wright, that would free up enough space to retain Rashawn Holmes. And Simmons has a 15% trade kicker, which the team that trades him has to pay. Yeah. So
man, Rich Paul is good at his job.
He is really good.
He's good.
So that deal basically jumps from 33 to 37 million for next year if they trade him. But that's their sort of their salary number. That's not the Kings salary number. When he gets to the Kings, he's making 33. But when he's a trade asset for them, it's a $37 million trade asset, which means that they can go all the way up to what would be 42 or 43 million that that trio of Kings would basically cost. So look, what I'm saying is that there are a lot of ways if the Kings can make the right package to lure a playoff team to try to get them over the hump. You get a great 3-point shooter. You get a really, really good, a starter / backup point guard. You get a young big that who knows what he amounts to. DeLon Wright comes off the books next year. Marvin Bagley can come off the books next year. It saves them roughly $75 million over the last 3 years of the contract, after the last 3 years of Ben Simmons. So those are things that actually make sense. And then throw in the fact that Monty McNair worked with Daryl Morey for years in Houston. So they already have ties together. So that's just my point of view. And maybe I'm wrong. And I'll even throw in the kickers that if Dave Yeager's there in Philadelphia as a lead assistant, does that work for Dave Yeager to bring in Buddy Hield and Marvin Bagley? Probably not.
I didn't think of that. That's spectacular.
So, I mean, we're juggling a lot of things here, but at the end of the day, I think that there are ways that the Kings can get better without just focusing in, can Moses Moody make this team take the jump? The answer to that is no. He can't in year one. Maybe in year 3, he can be part of a group that takes a leap, but you have to be realistic about rookies. You have to be realistic about rookies who just played shortened seasons under COVID. There is a lot to unpack when it comes to this rookie class.
How many of these scenarios, James Ham with us here on ESPN 1320, because you just mentioned it, so I'm curious, how many of these scenarios do you play out, whether draft picks or running through different trade ideas that like you just did with Ben Simmons? Are you playing out with, okay, how does this affect Rashawn Holmes? Because you just mentioned if you're able to move it here, you'd have enough to retain Rashawn Holmes. How much is Rashawn playing into everything that you're kind of laying out here when you write?
It's funny. So I come from a blogging background, not a newspaper background, right? And so when I was young coming up in this business, I was so focused on the salary cap and studying the numbers. And I'm friends with Larry Kuhn, the CBA genius that was with ESPN forever. These are that's where my mind usually goes. How do I make this work for everybody? And it doesn't always work out that way. And trades rarely actually, come to fruition. Again, the Ben Simmons deal could never even discuss it. But at the end of the day, I would always want to look at how do I get to a point where I can make this deal but retain Rashawn Holmes. And right now it's pretty dim. If the Kings are going to retain Rashawn Holmes, they're going to have to dump either DeLon Wright or Marvin Bagley or trade Buddy Hield and take back half salary. That's the only way to retain him. They just don't have the cap figure to do it. So you have to be aggressive. And, even if you're looking at a package that includes, Buddy Hield and Marvin Bagley, well, I look at the number 9 pick and I've already, that's a $3 million pick. So that's $3 million that if the Kings don't have that they can go towards the salary for Rashawn Holmes. If I can go up to 20% plus or minus in a trade plus $100,000. So Ben Simmons makes $33 million. That means I can give them up to, I think it's 39.6 million or something, whatever 20% plus $100,000 is. So I'm trying to sneak money into that deal. So they may have to pay a little bit, but I'm going to free up that little bit of cap space for trying to retain Rashawn Holmes. So almost every deal that I do that when I go through the process is to figure out okay, how will this impact the rest of the team? Not only this year, but the next year, the year after that. And then I go from there.
Any chance we see anything before the draft, or do you think any deal is probably a draft night deal? And I say that saying like how OKC and Boston worked last week out of nowhere, really, to trade Kemba for that pick and Al Horford and all that. Any chance that goes down, or is this going up to the final hour here?
Man, I hope it goes down earlier. I never get it. I don't. Like, when you're sitting in the middle of January and you know your team is broken and you know you need a piece, I get it that there's going to be negotiating tactics. And as you get closer to the deadline, the deals become more real and teams start trying to leverage a team that's doing well and they want this and that. But at the end of the day, I think if teams really considered making more trades in December and January, it'd probably be much better for everyone involved. It would give them more time to, number one, like if you trade right now, like what the Celtics just did, now they have all this time to really readjust. Again, like we talked about, every single time you make a move, or an event happens in the NBA, like the lottery, you now have a little bit more information. Well, you should be mapping this thing out, and you should already be on the phones. Now, sometimes they just work out that way. You've got to wait until the deadline. Sometimes you can make a deal and then you have to wait until, 2 weeks after the draft to actually make the swap. There are a lot of, technicalities. You can't trade back-to-back first-round picks. But what you can do is draft a player and then trade him 2 weeks later and then trade your first-round pick the next year. So there's some complexities to the salary cap and the CBA, the way everything works. But if I'm the Kings, I'm looking to improve, and it doesn't matter if it's today or 2 weeks from now. The one thing is the entire squad I know is in Chicago right now at pre-draft. They're interviewing players. They're watching measurements. They're, watching them play on the court and all that stuff. So there is a lot of busy work going on, but there's also a huge collection of general managers, assistant GMs. They're all in one place. They all should be having dinner together, having networking events together, having conversations with each other. And so I don't get why Brad Stevens steps into a job and starts doing things that are abnormal. Maybe the NBA doesn't like that. That's very possible. But it's kind of interesting, though, that you could make a blockbuster deal in the middle of the playoffs and no one ever does it.
Yeah, that is something that you just don't see very often. How the next few weeks play out, though, will be a lot of fun. Who knows how many more ham mock drafts we'll get? I did point this out to people listening earlier, and I want to point it out to you. You've said it on this show a million times, but I feel like I just keep having to point it out. A line in your recent mock draft here when you're talking about team needs. They have their backcourt set with De'Aaron Fox and Tyrese Halliburton as starters, and Buddy Hield, DeLon Wright, and Terrence Davis coming off the bench. You've been adamant for months, that Buddy Hield, that Tyrese Halliburton needs to be starting game 1 next year. Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, from what I know, like, that is the plan. So I don't know what that means for Buddy. I don't know if he's starting at the 3, which they tried for stints last year, and that was their closing lineup. But at the end of the day, like, you need more length, you need more size at that position. It's why, Mo Harkless stepped in after playing, 13 games for the Miami Heat, and next thing you know, he's starting for the Kings. So you're gonna see more of that. You're gonna see that length there. And again, like DeLon Wright, I really like DeLon Wright. I think he makes his team better. But he's a 29-year-old guy going on 30 with $8.5 million salary, and he's not under contract after next season. So he is not the reason why you don't do a deal. If you have to add him into a deal to sweeten it, you do. If you have to add your 2021 number 9 pick, you do. If you got to add the 2023 to make your team better, you do it, because this team can't just continuously sit here and spin their tires for another 5 or 10 years.
You mentioned them right there when you were talking a little bit, and there's, I don't know, maybe there's nothing to report on. There is no talk. We're a month of change away from free agency. But what's up with Mo Harkless? Is he a priority for this team? Or they kind of, what's the thought about bringing him back? I feel like he's kind of important to bring back. But do they see it the same way?
I think the funny thing is Mo Harkless, you look at him and you think he's way older than he is, but he got to Sacramento, he's 27. I think he turned 28 while he was here. He should be a guy that they're looking at, But then again, can you get a player like Mo Harkless with something that's a little bit better? And that's not a knock on Mo. Mo is a great defensive player, but offensively, you know, he's never been known for his offense. So if Mo Harkless is who you bring back next year, I don't think it's a horrible thing, because we really didn't get to see this team at you know, sort of their full potential for a long stretch of games to finish the season, just because of injuries and COVID and everything else. But I really like it. I like him. I like him like I liked Kent Bazemore the year before. I thought Bazemore is a guy that the Kings probably should have looked at bringing back, and I think he would have made this team better coming out of the jump. And I think Harkless could probably make this team better coming out of the jump too. You hope that he'd improve his 3-point shooting, but you know, I think the Kings are going to be super active, and you know, they chased Derek Jones Jr. last year in free agency. Mo Harkless is a version of that. And so you know that they're looking for that. So that's where I look at Buddy Hield moving to the 3, and I'm like, okay, I know what he brings, but at the same time, you know, you're going to get a lot out of Terrence Davis coming off the bench in the backcourt too. And you're going to get a lot out of DeLon Wright. And between the 4 of those guys, you got tons of stuff. And if somehow you make a move and you add Simmons, well, hey, even if you give up DeLon Wright, you now have your backup point guard in Ben Simmons. I mean, the guy has played point for a high-level playoff team for a couple of years. So, you know, it just adds depth. It adds versatility. He can play the 1 through 5, really. But, you know, it's all complex, man. It's a big, gigantic jigsaw puzzle that you got to piece together and then hope for the best.
Well, we'll all piece it together. Real quick, who you got tonight, Hawks or Bucks?
Man, I think the Bucks. But I like what's happening here. You know, to be honest with you, if it's the Hawks and the Suns in the finals, I think I'll buck the system here. I think that's good for the NBA. All the small market teams, or the teams that have been left out in the cold forever, let's put some let's put them out there and let everybody cheer for them. Let's let those fans have their day like Sacramento should have had in 2002. Let's let those guys, the smaller guys, have their day, and I think it's good for the game.
Like Sacramento's going to have in 2021. Or I guess that would be 2022. Now, forget it. Ham, thanks for joining us, man. You're the best. We appreciate you.
Appreciate you, James.
Thanks, guys.
James Ham. We'll see you next Wednesday here with D'Lo and Casey. Boy, for those on the radio, when James Ham joins us, man, it pops.
Oh, for sure.
Man, when James Ham gets on the stream, it pops.
Yes, indeed. The people want to hear what James Ham got to say, man.
Ham is he's a ratings juggernaut for D'Lo and KC, man. We're thrilled that he spends so much time with us. We encourage you to go check out his work. Of course, follow him on social media as well. And I like the Bucks tonight too. I realize, you know, we're 3 hours and 52 minutes into the show. I haven't talked about the Hawks and Bucks tonight. I like the Bucks tonight. I think Renee Montgomery is set to join us tomorrow. She covers the Atlanta Hawks, of course, part owner of the Atlanta Dream of the WNBA as well. One of my favorite people. She's an absolute joy. We talked. I'll tell the story tomorrow, but where she has come just in the last year or so, year and some change since we last talked, is pretty freaking incredible.
I can't wait to hear it.
Yeah, and I can't wait to talk to her.
Can't wait to talk to her too. But unfortunately, I don't think her Atlanta Hawks are going to get it done.
I'd like to point out, if you're new to the program, we have been underestimating the Atlanta Hawks all season. We have been underestimating the Atlanta Hawks in every series that they've played in here in the postseason. So it's kind of on brand to go, yeah, Hawks aren't going to win this. The Bucks are. Of course the Bucks are.
Man. Hey, man, the Bucks stops here. No pun intended. Fear the deer.
Oh, that was pun intended.
Let's go.
You said the Buck stops here. James says I'm bucking the system. Y'all aren't clever with your little Bucks puns here. Like, I get it. Bucks Hawks tonight.
It's time for y'all to respect Giannis, man. It's time for y'all to put some respect on my man's name.
Put some respect on my name. You understand me? When y'all saying my name, put some respect on it.
Put some respect on it with a K.
Okay, man. We might want to do the same thing with Atlanta. Given the fact that it's the Eastern Conference Finals and we have yet to show the Atlanta Hawks a smidget bit of respect.
They got some respect. They up in here. We how many times we said we were wrong? We just said it a bunch.
We had no choice but to acknowledge we were wrong. It's the Eastern Conference Finals, and they're still here.
I'm sure you know a lot of people that be wrong, and they make up every excuse not to say that they're not wrong. We will say, hey, we were wrong. Shout out to them. They're having a great season, great run. But it's over. It's over.
I scoured Twitter.
Milwaukee about to put in work.
I scoured Twitter the last 3 games for the Kings didn't match Bogdanovich's deal from the Atlanta Hawks beat writers. And it was wild. There weren't any there.
Oh, yeah. You mean like when he didn't play in Game 7? Well, yeah, he tried to play.
He did. He played 20 minutes.
Because he tried. He's injured. He tried.
Not a knock. Yet get used to it.
Yeah, well, that's facts. It
was just weird. He get his 13th point, and every beat writer who covers the Hawks tweets it. Like, man, how many does Bogey have tonight? 13. Oh.
They be acting like Bogey is Kevin Huerter.
True story. True story. We appreciate y'all hanging out, man. If you're in the YouTube, if you're on the YouTube channel, be sure you hit the thumbs up. Be sure to hit the subscribe button as well. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Hit the heart, hit the share, hit the follow, do all of that good stuff. Make sure you're following us at DLumaKC at ESPN1320. If you're on the Odyssey app, hit the heart button. Tons of instructions here at the end of the show. Deuce and Mo will be back with us tomorrow at 1:47. The plan, I think, for Renee Montgomery is tomorrow at 1:20. So we'll break down game 1 of the Hawks and Bucks with her. We'll talk Kings. We'll talk playoffs with Deuce and Mo. We got to set up Bryant West. We got to get Bryant West on the show over the course of the next couple of days here. And he liked your draft. I'm excited about that. Huh? James gave you an emphatic thumbs down.
Yeah. Even though everybody that he said that the Kings should get, they were already going to be gone. What do you want me to do?
Change your mock draft, which you will do next Wednesday. We'll be back tomorrow with 4 more chances for you to win $1,000. We appreciate you so much for being with us here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Holla.
Oh, I ain't got Jesse. Hang on. I got to go back to Jesse. Oh, Jesse, I got you. Okay. Rob Manfred on Max Scherzer. Less than ideal, but thinks the checks have gone very well so far.
Come on.
Somebody forward Rob Manfred the video of Sergio pulling down his pants. Hell, Max damn near pulled down his pants too.
The man just be sounding like a clown.
Bryant West ready to go to battle with Kenny Caraway. Love to see it. Love to see it.
Battle with me for what?
For your he's riding with your Jalen Johnson pick.
Yeah, we on the same page. Oh yeah, you going to battle?
That's what I mean. He's going to battle with you.
Like with me, not against me. But
yeah, not against you. Yeah.
My man, Bryant West. My man.
Appreciate you, David. Man, glad we can make the day go by faster. I'm gonna get off the stream and go cry.
A lot of people who saw mock draft 1.0. They did not like the Jalen Suggs over Jalen Green idea. A lot of people.
There's a lot of those.
Jalen Green, yeah. I mean, and I understand.
A lot of those.
To think about it, where like, because it felt like a lot of people were liking Suggs as like the best guy outside of Cade all college season. So I was like, it might be where people are like, man, y'all or you tripping? I'm taking Green.
So is your internet. Your internet is demanding that this day be over.
Oh, damn it!
Your internet is sick of us. I think we can't. Kenny, we got to do a full shutdown in Elk Grove. We got to do a full shutdown in Elk Grove. Kenny's internet has quit. Oh, I meant to mention that. Daggone it. I saw it this morning and didn't mention it.
Really?
Austin 316 says, I just whipped your ass.
King of the Ring.
1996.
Oh, hell yeah.
Busted lip and all. Man, that was such a good promo. You sit there and thump your Bible. Talking about John, talking about Psalms, talking about John 3:16. Austin 316 says, I just whipped your ass. And the crowd immediately pops.
That was so good.
Dude, that's true story, Leezy. That email hurt. That Joker. I got stuff in a cart. I got stuff in a cart, man.
They got the pop off, bro. I believe that.
True story. Didn't Kenny's internet got them number 9 pick 5s.
my internet did not tank.
Man, that's good stuff. Yeah, 25. It's crazy that Austin's run was only.
I'm glad you started with the 356, neighbor.
What is happening over there?
Doing the lawn.
Okay.
Wow.
Kenny's internet hates.
It's my guy.
Okay. We're going to. I see you, Roddy. I see you. That still pisses me off. It still pisses me off that there's 10 over there. Like, what are y'all doing with your lives? Like, why are you there? Why are you there? What are y'all doing? And 9 of them are women. No, I don't think that translates to the afternoon. No, it's a joke, Molly. Yeah, it's a joke about a particular individual who tweeted that the women listenership has gone up. Out of here. It did not. Like, we get the same numbers. Like, we can all see the same thing. But he was in his feelings that day, I think, because that was the day we had Rick Adelman on and social media was buzzing. So
that shook up the world right there.
He had to feel better about himself. But it's all good, fam. It's all good.
World.
He believes I'm the purveyor of the internet.
Uh-oh. My man Manny here as we speak.
Kenny's internet belongs on that radio station. So we're going to get out of here. We're going to fix Kenny's internet and I'm going to go cry. We'll see y'all tomorrow, man. Thank you so much. Like, man, there's 121 people in here and the show's over. There's 91 on YouTube. Hit the thumbs up, please, before you go. Shout out to Twitch. Twitch been representing pretty damn strong the last 2 days. We appreciate that. Twitch on let me give you all this number because I remember looking at it like, whoa, okay. Twitch last night for that, what, like 40 minutes we did a show, 48 minutes.
Oh yeah,
it was hold on. It was a dope number. Where are we? Where y'all at? Is it 235? Why do I remember it being higher than 235? Oh, it was 235. I mean, that's pretty good for 40 minutes. The 4-hour show was 299. So y'all really kind of showed out.
Showed up and showed out. Absolutely.
All right, I'm tired of trying to hear Kenny. We love y'all, man. We'll see y'all tomorrow.
We'll see y'all tomorrow.